Wednesday, where all things said are alleged and for entertainment purposes only. Oh, goodness. So, it's still a whole lot of going on. Trying to think of, what's the current confirmations for this week because it's so much happening. So, y'all remember when I said that there would be a woman that could be attached to Jay, possibly someone that works within the company or works closely with him that could be accusing, him or the company of, you know, um, treating her inappropriately, possibly SA, and it looks like she's telling the truth. Well, the new lawsuit with, I believe the company is pronounced Drinks. The that pretty much sums up this current lawsuit that they're facing because there was a guy by the name of Jermaine Jackson, no relation to the Jackson family, who was allowed to mishandle her. She went before Cut a Deal Des, told Des that she was being mishandled. And not only did this not stop the problem, it was like the man was allowed carte blanche to really antagonize her. So when I saw this lawsuit, I said that looks familiar to what I saw coming to the company, but there's still more to come. So, y'all, it looks like they're pushing for Jay-Z to do Super Bowl for next year. So were these Jay-Z and Friends show to inspire the NFL that you could actually bring out a crowd and that people were into you and that you could hold the interest or hold court for Super Bowl? Is that what this was? Because for me, I could have went my whole life and never heard anybody mention you as a candidate for Super Bowl. I don't look to Jay-Z as somebody that would be a phenomenal halftime act for Super Bowl. Even in his prime, maybe, back in the mid 2000s, maybe back then. Me personally, I don't see that. It's like you're going to bring out everybody that you possibly could bring out because let's be honest, does this man have a number one song that's not a single? And I'm not even, trying to be facetious. Like, seriously, does he have a number one song with only him on the song that doesn't have a feature at all? So, how do you feel that you're the type of competitive energy that we want for Super Bowl? Like last year, Jim Goodell mentioned that he wanted Taylor Swift. We find out that Taylor Swift wasn't contacted. Allegedly, somebody lied and said that she wasn't going to be available. She said she didn't know to be available because she didn't hear anything, which was crazy because she put out one of the biggest albums of her life, even though it got a lot of controversy. A lot of people felt some type of way about the lyrics, but it was definitely one of her largest stream, biggest albums of her life. And it was like the NFL also wanted to monetize, the relationship and the engagement as well between her and Travis Kelce. So it's like, who would come out on this show with you that would make the show worthwhile? Because it's gonna have to be a menagerie of people that have a big name. I just don't see him um, being a focal point for performance. said, given the recent passing of Dolly, I wouldn't be surprised if the NFL wanted to do a country tribute instead of whatever it is he thinks that he has planned for himself. To me, that would actually be a really big moment for country if they were to do that, especially for women in country, because country music is going to become the new number one global standard for music, because anything that is the number one music out of the Western world, especially United States, ends up becoming the global standard when you travel out of the country. So I tell you what I don't want to see. I promise you on everything, this is something I don't want to see. Please do not bring Beyonce and Miley out to sing Jolene. Leave Beyonce out of the country tribute. I bet not on everything I love see Beyonce anywhere butchering Jolene. Jolene is a classic. It is a staple. It was one of the most iconic songs that Dolly Parton has ever done. Please don't bring your simple-minded ass out and do what you did with Lettucey when you took over Precious Lord and then tried to tell us that you used to sing this growing up in church. Child, go sit down. This is not your moment. And Miley, do not bring this woman on the stage with you to eclipse your godmother's life, her legacy, and the relationship that you had with Dolly while she was alive. If anybody's going to sing that tribute, it needs to possibly be her goddaughter, which is Miley. And I could see Miley coming out doing a soul-stirring rendition of Jolene, even something acoustic where, you just playing the guitar and singing and it just pierces the stadium. But child, do not bring your wife out with her apple head ass to do no type of country rendition of nothing in honor of one of the greatest, most iconic voices in country. I don't want to hear you sing I Will Always Love You. That song ended up belonging to Whitney after her performance. Whitney was the only person outside of Dolly that we would listen to that song, and it was soul stirring. So it's like, don't do none of that, because you don't have soul. You have a pop voice. Can you sing? Yes. But soul, you don't have it. Certain songs in country and gospel, you need soul. We don't need you to come out here and put Miss Dash on this song. Please don't. Don't come out with nobody doing a boot scooting, twerking boogie. Like we don't need that right now. Now, K. Michelle actually can sing country. Kelly Clarkson, yes, definitely can sing country. Like I would be more comfortable in that parameter than to keep force feeding Beyonce on us, especially in a moment like this. So let's see. We got, was it 186 people in here? Hey. Said, I know I'm hurt over Dolly. May her soul rest in energy live. Just to think about all the philanthropy that Dolly did for children. She gave to children practically her whole entire life. If you're from the South, chances are you were raised on books in Tennessee that were given to you because of her foundation, or your children received those books to help with the literacy in your community. She gave back to poor and disenfranchised people no matter what color they were. And what I loved about Dolly is Dolly didn't make it an issue to brag every time she did something for somebody. She literally would just say, okay, well, what's the problem? Okay, well, I'm going to go over there and fix that. Like, that's a class act to me. Said we signed out student up for book program. Yeah, said she knew the children are the future, period. Yep. Said, I believe the Carters are the reason that she's gone. Ooh, that's a loaded one. Said she didn't have no problems before now, and then after base, she has some. I've been reading those whispers across the internet. I have, especially with her passing away on the 25th. A lot of very, very famous and influential people have passed away on the 25th. So that has definitely been floating around on the internet. I've seen it. And I will say, I don't personally remember Dolly having health issues before she worked with Beyonce on Cowboy Carter. I don't remember it. I don't recall it. And her husband passed away first, and then it was, she passed away after. And when you've been married as long as she was, a lot of times you don't last that long after you lose your mate. So, yeah, said the news, she said she had cancer. Y'all remember last year, there was an announcement where people were talking about pray for Dolly, and the whole entire internet was in an uproar. It was like, what the hell are we praying for Dolly for? What's going on? And people were like, don't say nothing like that because we thought we were about to lose her. I think that was around the time that she could have possibly turned terminal. Yes, her sister. We just didn't know what exactly was going on. Yep, said she had to do a video to say she was fine. Said, did you see her and Aaliyah were both born on January, both passed August 25th. Wow. Said when I looked it up, Google said she didn't have any health problems. I don't remember her having any health problems. She was always vivacious and full of life. And like the last album that I remember Dolly put out, it was like an album of covers, like all the songs that she liked from all the different, you know, artists that were pivotal in pop culture and music history. She did covers of their music, and she did a cover of a Prince song. And I thought that that was ambitious of her because they're so far different when it comes to their genres. But, that shows you, part of why she remained so youthful, because she always kept her eye on what was going on in her ear on the pulse of the streets. So I believe the song was Purple Rain, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, she did a Prince cover. You said yes, and she did good though. Yeah, I thought it was intriguing that she she decided to do that. Hold on, what did I miss? What's going on? Well, we're definitely going to pray for your mom, Tarot Destiny. So let me read what I got wrote down, y'all. What are Doja's feelings towards Nicki Minaj? The reason why I wrote this down is because, no, I didn't read the note she wrote to Eminem. That's even interesting that she did. But yeah, I wanted to look at this because Doja has been, live streaming a lot lately. And the song that came up was Super Bass. And when it came up, she made a face and she cut off the song. So it's like, is she, ugly towards Nicki? Like, is there some type of feeling, or was this dramatic effect just to get people to come over to her channel and watch? Is it for marketing purposes? Yes, several people passed this week. Why did Miley decide to make an album release notification in her social media? the same day that Dolly Parton's death was announced. A lot of people were very upset with Miley for announcing that an album was coming out on the day that her godmother passed away. So I wanted to look off into that. Um, Beyonce's B-Day relaunch. How will it be received? I can already tell you a lot of people are pissed at Beyonce because they said literally Dolly just passed away yesterday. Why are you trying to sell something? So she's catching it in the comment section. Did Young Miami drag Cardi or was it JT on her Spin That remix? There's a line, and I'm paraphrasing, where she says, I'm running all summer 2026. Did you just fell off? So really, it's like the only person that had been charting in hip hop this year along with her is Cardi. So it's like, would you be announcing JT and say that JT fell off? We're going to see. And how will Jay-Z's Super Bowl show turn out? How will he be received if he is to do Super Bowl? Will he be embraced? Will this work out for him? Or will people, you know, boo, tomatoes, tomatoes, raspberries? So I find this interesting that he's supposed to be dropping this documentary, I believe, next month. And y'all, if you look at the comment section for the PR, the release of the documentary, it is all types of shambles, okay? When I tell you they are dragging him, like, when did you record this? You got dreads, now you don't have dreads. Like, y'all, it's when I say it is the petty gods are breakdancing all across his comment section. Said we are in eclipse season again. These folks doing all of types of rituals. Yeah. So it's going to be exactly how his performance was when he was introducing Tom Brady for his induction into the Football Hall of Fame. You can hear a cricket fart. Damn. Never even thought about crickets farting. Now we got snails on crutches and crickets farting. Lord have mercy. Ooh, child. And funny enough, y'all, the comment section has been going in on Megan because they swear that she's bleaching. And I will say this. It was a video that she did, like a get ready with me, with her and I believe his name is Kellon. And she did look increasingly lighter than normal. And it's getting interesting. So I think he recorded that around the first interview he released, which they said was in January of this year. You said she looked white now. Would y'all say her only friend? I mean, I tried to, give her a little benefit of the doubt last time around. I showed pictures of myself when I had platinum blonde hair. I wore my hair almost white for, I want to say 12, 13 years. And bleach blonde hair will pull color out of your face. But what I was looking at is the clavicle, the skin on the arms, the hands. That hair can't highlight all of these areas. Says she's definitely, hold on. Says she's definitely bleaching. Go back and look at the Arrogante and how he looks and now versus he's working with Nicki. Interesting. Yeah, it's like you said, the fingers look darker. He said, Mikey announced it this morning. I saw it may be scheduled. But you never know with these weird industry people. Nobody would play with Annabelle. Them knuckles are quite dark. Well, it's certain areas of your body that are more pigmented, and it's harder for you to take the pigment out of those sections, like elbows, knees, knuckles, things like that. So it was like those were the things more so that I wanted to look at, because those knuckles, even if you lighten your skin, they're still going to be darker. It takes way more work to get these to lighten up. And you can really ruin your skin, because your skin becomes, you know, I want to say like porous to like easily scarring, things like that. Said I'm way too light skinned to pull off bleach blonde hair. Mine is chocolate brown. Yeah, so that was more so what would make me look. So, y'all, I'm gonna start off with what are Doja's actual feelings towards Nicki Minaj? Was what she did on Twitch a stunt to get people talking about her, or does she really have disdain for Nicki? Tarot Destiny, you'd be surprised the things people do when they don't love themselves. There's several people I could think of right now in Hollywood that I think were absolutely stunning before they touched their appearance, no matter what they done, whether it was lips, nose, you know, Botox. Like it's it's easy to get off into the culture of plastic surgery, but it is hard to start reversing stuff when you start cutting into nerve endings and getting scar tissue, and you start messing up, you know, your face. Because I don't think any of these people think about aging after they get this work done, or aging after they do certain, cosmetic procedures. Because the face is supposed to naturally settle as you start to lose elasticity, like the collagen breaks down. So it's like to keep getting shots to keep your face up, but the collagen is still breaking down is kind of messed up, because you're fighting against a losing battle. Because usually what's going to make you look better is being healthier, eating better, drinking more water, keeping up with, whatever your supplements are that you need to take. So, you can do all the surgery you want to, but you still got to be healthy. That's what makes you look better. Doja Cat, what are your feelings towards Nicki? What are your feelings towards Nicki? What are your feelings towards Nicki? I'm seeing several names down here in the chat, and y'all get exactly what I mean. Like, some of these people were absolutely stunning before they had some work done, and now they just look odd. The Fool and the Devil. Now, Doja's a very interesting character, okay? Because the Fool talks about being, precocious, taking a leap before you look, or doing things without thinking about what the consequence is going to be, being toxic or coming off toxic, and then Eight of Cups. So it feels like she more so has this idea that Nicki doesn't like her, so it really doesn't matter. Now, I got to say, everything that I'm saying is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. But it's like, her acting out is more so, it feels like, well, she doesn't like me anyway. She doesn't, really deal with me or things like that. It's a projection. That's what it is. It feels like a projection. Like she really doesn't value me as a person. So it doesn't matter how I feel. I know she doesn't like me. Why do you feel that way? Page of Wands to the Three of Pentacles. So I do feel that at one point in time, Nikki may have wanted to collaborate with her and she went in a different direction. But it feels like she went in a different direction because she doesn't feel that Nikki likes her or gets her. Um, this more so feels like a self-esteem situation. That's what this feels like. This feels more like a self-esteem situation where you project and you think and you feel certain things, and because you believe it or you feel it, it becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, well, I knew she didn't like me anyway, and I'm not shocked about it. It's almost like she would be shocked if her and Nikki sat down and Nikki was a really nice, sweet person, because it just feels like she has it on her mind that, I already know, I'm not her kind of people. She wouldn't like me. Did somebody tell you something that has you feeling this way, or is this just all projection? Uh-oh, hold on. So it's weird, y'all, because it's like she sees herself like she's standing up for herself and she always has to fight back against all these people who judge her. But then she ends up full of regret and, wishing that she never said anything. Girl, you giving passive aggressive Patty. Would you say you got a page of wands or swords? I got a page of wands. It's like they could have collaborated, but it went in a different direction. And she's very defensive. Like she feels like she always has to defend herself or stand up for herself. Temperance, page of cups. So, child, being in her energy is like being in a washing machine. I don't even know how she could make it through the day not being exhausted, because it's like now it's, well, the temperance card to the page of cups, like wanting balance through a new beginning, wanting to apologize, but what's done is done. The death card talks about transition, like now that things are, the way they are, it's like let's just leave that how it is. Child, if Nikki doesn't speak to her, I would get why. I would understand, because it's weird. It's like what side are you on, or what's your angle? Like what is going on here? Because it's like you just automatically jump to the idea that somebody doesn't like you and you become toxic and go in a different direction, and then you become defensive, and now it's like, okay, well, let's bury the hatchet. Temperance, balance through a new beginning, page of cups, I apologize. That her and Lotto are the same person, just on different spectrums. I, ooh, child. Like this would stress me out to go back and forth playing tennis like this in my head. You're not the only one confused, because it's literally now it's like, okay, well, if we could start over, if we can go back to the beginning, I want to apologize. Let's start over. Let's braid each other's hair. Girl, it's like, what the hell is happening here? Okay, you said Nikki already said that Doja turned her down because she felt Nikki didn't like her. I'm looking at it on the table. It's like they were supposed to work together and she went in a different direction and became defensive and toxic. And it's like now she would like to rescind that. Like if we could just start over, we could just, get on the right page, get on the good foot. So realizing that she juggled or gambled a really, really big opportunity, someone that would be like a strong ally for her. But I do believe that because her career right now is, on the decline, she's got plenty of time to think about all of this. And it's not that she stopped working, but it's just where she is now. It's like she's got to find something new, something better. Um, and here it is, Six of Wands. This talks about moving on towards victory. But it's like things are moving slower for her by far. So she's still working, but it's like it's no longer the fanfare, the rollout she used to have. It's trying to figure out. It feels like trying to figure out, like, oh my God, like where did I go wrong, or what do I do now? And then it's also looking at Nikki, the longevity, her still being here. How does she manage to pull all of this off? Yep, Judgment, Three of Pentacles. So she's starting to feel like, is this her karma for how she judged Nikki in the past? Like, how she judged working with her. Is this her karma? Or as y'all say, the Onika voodoo. Emperor and the King of Cups. So this could represent like her label, those that she's signed to. They feel very deeply about certain things that are going on with her, but they're very quiet. Um, Eight of Cups. They may let her out of her contract if things don't turn around. Don't be surprised if she goes back to like being independent. I don't think that it would be, hard for her to bounce back, but she's in such a stuck place right now, not knowing which way to go, or, I want to reinvent myself, but it's like people just aren't getting the reinvention. Yeah, needing things to move faster. Um, and now she's looking at who does she collaborate with now to help push, to help get her out in the algorithm, to help build her name up. And it's just like the one name that keeps popping up is the name that she turned down. So that right there is saying a lot, that, what a difference a day makes. You didn't want to do any work or any collaborations with Nikki, and then here it is. Things have come full circle. Things aren't working out the way you expected it with your career as of lately. And the one feature that would turn everything around for you would be a Nikki feature. But it's like, what type of hoops and hurdles would you have to jump through to get that feature? And it just doesn't feel like Nikki's in this type of energy anymore to work with her, because it's become too much water under the bridge. Like, somebody genuinely wanted to work with you and you thought the worst, And now the worst is happening, and it has nothing to do with the person that you felt didn't like you. Said her refusal to work with Nicki is odd considering the one time they didn't put collabs the song with number one. Tori doing Super Bowl would be crazy. I think that, even Chris Brown deserves a Super Bowl. Chris is one of the most, I want to say, just like amazing performers of his time. Like, you don't know what he's going to do. He's energetic. He gives you a full performance. Um, he's not on these, backtracks with a lot of lip syncing. Like, he's giving you all the way around performance. And he's got some of the biggest songs that have been out over the last 20 years when you look at his discography. So I think that would be extremely huge if there was like Chris doing an all time, you know, anniversary of his career type Super Bowl show. And I definitely think that Tori is somebody that he would bring out. Said Chris, Nicki, and Tori would be Super Bowl, would be epic. To see them on any show together would be epic, but Super Bowl would definitely take it through the roof. It is crazy. I warned that Chris shouldn't have went on this tour with Usher. I said that there were going to be energies on this tour that he couldn't trust, and that things could get kind of dicey for him on this tour. And it's like they're making a ton of money, but the advertisement that is attached to this tour, the life issues, the legal issues, child, it's a lot, and we've never seen all of this at the same time. Oh, miss you back. So yeah, I think that would be an amazing show to see somebody that gives an overall performance to the Super Bowl, because it's like we've seen the standing there and people perform around you thing. Like, child, there's no telling where Chris would end up. He'd end up flying across the whole entire stadium, and it just that Super Bowl will be turned up and turned out. Yep, say always wait for him to release a product tour album. You said, so they just announced Beyonce donated $1 million to Colombia due to the earthquake. Not comparing, but Venezuela earthquake was much more devastating. What are they up to? Sometimes, you need a tax write-off. Other times you need PR. Sometimes you can get two for the price of one. Um, we got to think about, she's just dropped a song, dropped a remix to the song. The public said raspberries, boo, tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes to both versions of the song. Now she's getting ready to put out the B Day 20-year anniversary. And child, when I tell you the people tearing her up in the comments, they said they said that I think she's selling, I want to say it may be the vinyl for like $150. Child, they are in the comment section, just when I say eviscerating her, shredding her about the price of that album. And I really cannot blame them, because it's like, read the room, sweetheart. Please read the room. The economy is not what it used to be. And you mean to tell me to get a old album, not a new album that we've never heard, an old album, you're going to charge people $150? You say, why do they keep releasing old crap? Because the new shit ain't selling. You got to go with what's selling. You know, you just put out a feature with you and your husband, and when I say nobody cares, yep, said many communities been hit by the weather events or power outages. Right. It's like, now, here's the thing. You know, that's her money. I can't tell her who to give to, what to do. People do what they do with their own resources. But you have this whole Michael Jackson story that just came out, where you're sitting on this man's lap and your mom was talking about how you met Michael when you were a little girl. And, you know, why didn't you, in honor of Michael, donate $1 million to Gary, Indiana, his hometown that has been completely in the dark for almost 2 weeks? No lights, no refrigeration, nothing. These people have been forced back into, like, almost like oblivion, biblical times. Like, why didn't you give to those people in Gary? You have different, I want to say, like, the the different food, like the foodies, they go out and they let us know if the restaurants are good or whatnot. Keith Lee is down there right now giving back, feeding the people of Gary, Indiana. And y'all, the comment section sometimes is disgusting to me, because you have people in his comments talking about, what about Puerto Rico? What about this? What about that? Well, what about you take your ass over there and help them? This man is only one person. He's doing what he can do where he can do it. He was already scheduled to be in the Midwest to put together a food festival. Nobody is supporting Gary, Indiana. He went to the place that needed the help the most, that can't even get this covered in the news. This is just as bad as when all of that happened in Nashville and people didn't know that the city of Nashville had been out of power for what, 9-10 days before it hit the news. So that just seems crazy to me, that people would get in the comment section and tell this man about all these different places. What about helping them? What about helping them? Did you donate anything? Did you send a can of peas? Did you see if you could, donate, send boxes of non-perishables? But you're telling him what to do when it comes to donating. So that's what I said. I can't say what she should do with her money, because that's her money. But I just think that that's very odd that you avoided the conversation with you being on that executive's lap, attached to this Michael Jackson story, and then here it is. We find out that Gary, Indiana, his hometown, is literally out of everything. There is no power anywhere. So even if the power comes back on, the grocery stores, the convenience stores, all of that stuff they had to throw out. All of that stuff had to throw out. Businesses, restaurants, all of them, they had to throw that stuff out. So the last time we seen her give to something was around that time that, things were getting sticky with Busby. And if I'm not mistaken, she gave to his alma mater. And it's like, that's interesting, but okay. It said North American disasters, never enough support or help. Um, it's one of those things when you said, said you called it about the businesswoman suing Pebble Nation. It's one of those things where it makes you think, how far do you have to be away from regular people in humanity to lose the ability to read the room? And that is a good question. It's never Jay donating. Only time I hear about him is like if he starts some kind of foundation, but I'm always lost because we never really know what the foundations do. It's like they get launched. We hear about a ribbon cutting, but we never really hear any media afterwards that where you can go back and say 5 years later, the Brady Center is still helping to graduate students out of this disenfranchised neighborhood, and graduation rates are up by 50%. Like we're never getting a follow-up. There's never anybody to go back and say, oh, remember that program they put in the public school? Now this public school is also getting accredited for this and this, and that pilot program turned into a full-fledged educational program. So this foundation only donates to the exhibition of the Book of Hove or something. Child, I know you lying. That's crazy. I have nothing to say on that one. He said, I honestly think that the camel is a sociopath. Child. Nothing surprises me with this man. When he went out and he did that so-called freestyle that I don't believe was a freestyle, either one, the Roots Picnic or the Friends and Family with Jay, if you pay attention to what he's saying, he's taking lines from Nicki's music and then using them as punchlines against her. The difference is she took a line from his music and built a whole entire roadmap showing people how things lead back to him. I saw somebody was saying that those college students are still waiting for their money, I guess for whatever pledge he made, donation. Child, we gonna get Doja out the way because her energy, y'all, it's like, I'm not even trying to be funny. It's like her energy bounces back and forth like a rubber ball off a wall. So it's just like she's got to conquer her own intrusive thoughts. Let's see. Did Young Miami put a diss on her Spin That remix for Cardi? People are saying that it could either be Cardi or it could be JT. I mean, I see either of those being plausible, but it's like at this point, if it's JT, why would you want to whack her and make people go back and look at her or await the arrival for her album, unless that's what this is? It's supposed to drop on Friday. This Friday. She played a snippet and there was a line on the screen. Would you say Kodak Black and Lil Baby on the remix? Interesting. I don't know who's on the remix. Say you know it, JT. She and Barney the same person minus the babies. I'm not gonna say that, and here's why. JT told Cardi when she did that. What was that? The name of that song? It was No Chorus. Where she dragged her, talking about get ready for the national slander. She told Cardi that that ain't your friend, your dude, your baby daddy getting. So she told her in that song, No Hook, thank you. I know it was No something, thank you. So she told her in that song, like, pretty much, Cardi, you over there in her face, you acting like you and Carisha cool, but Carisha been smashing your baby daddy. Like, the whole time you in her face, she's smashing your baby daddy. Y'all go back and listen to No Hook. It's in there. Right, so you told her about Stefan in Miami. Right, that's in No Hook. So I think it's It's plausible that Miss Carisha may finally have grown the balls to sling a shot at Cardi, because I mean, if you've been running around talking about this your man, and I had your man, and me and you really ain't cool like that. We work together, but we really ain't cool like that. I could see it's possible. Say yes, JT ate that diss track. Cardi had it took down. As soon as it hit number one, it was taken down, which I thought was crazy. It hit number one, and before we could get up in the morning, baby, that song was gone, which tells you somebody was bothered. Somebody was very bothered. Said Cardi doesn't have the energy towards Carisha that she has towards the other girls. Well, is it that she doesn't have the energy, or is it one of those things that when Cardi knows that you got an ace in a hole, when she knows that she can't drag you and violate you the way she does other people because you actually know some of her actual business? Is it more so like that? Because I've noticed with Cardi, when people have something on Cardi, Cardi becomes real nice and cute and godlike, and you know, I'm just above it. I'm not gonna be out here beefing. You know, I'm gonna be the bigger person. Hey, hey, hey! So you forgot it was Wednesday. I'm glad you got on in here. One of them squirrels must have came knocked on the window. So yeah, I mean, y'all, when you think about that, like look at her and Selena Powell. Child, Selena Powell got to spilling tea to the point to where she had to look at people that were in her house. Like, cousin, you hear what she said? You the nanny. Like, the moment that Selena Powell stopped talking, Cardi popped out, and it was like she was gonna drop a gospel song. So definitely Jeffree Star, my God, she hasn't responded to Jeffree Star still. If it wasn't for her beef with Akbar, I would tell somebody to go over there and check her pulse. It's like JT and Akbar woke her up. So it may be with Carisha, she don't want certain things to hit the fan, because if it's true, we got to say allegedly, but if it's true that Carisha was, throwing it back on her baby daddy, which seems like everybody but us, hasn't had a chance to. What are the discs gonna look like? What are the drags gonna look like when you sit up here and try to talk about how she look and talk about the kind of men that want her, and then she can turn around and say, by the way, the type of men that want me are your baby daddy. The type of men that want me are the men that you've been out with. The last three of them are in my DMs. Like, y'all think about how embarrassing that would be. It's one of those things to where you can't throw your baby daddy in this woman's face if you and her both have been on this man's face, allegedly. So, child, she had to pick her battles with this one. She would really have to pick her battles with this one, because it's like, damn, if I cut into her and she really go, you know, Dade County on me, if she get loose and go dirty foot on me, what am I gonna do? And she got a better chance of going in the studio and dropping something within 24 hours like JT did than Cardi does, because Cardi got to find somebody to help her. And that's no dig. It just is what it is. That's why I find it interesting that her fan base out of nowhere talking about she does write her music. Since when? This is a woman who says she ain't care about none of that. She just want to make money. Now all of a sudden you talking about she write her music? You said not dirty foot, baby. You ain't been cussed down until you get a southern woman that will get on that dirt barefoot and cuss until your ancestors have to come up and help you walk away. Right, you said Carisha from Miami too. Our mouths are slicker all day long. Saucy or Ghostwriter. And let's talk about how petty Saucy is. And you think Saucy ain't gonna get in that booth with her and help her write something just for the drags and then sit up and act like he ain't know that she was about to drag you? So you said no, Miami can't mess with JT. That's what I'm saying. It could actually be Cardi. We don't know, but I'm about to tap in and see. Um, Let me change the deck. I'm gonna listen to No Hook again tonight. You said I'm Southern. I'm Southern by default. I was definitely raised in my grandma's house. And honey, that Mississippi and Louisiana, when I tell you she could say some things that would make you challenge the whole idea of can I fight? Would you say she's illiterate? How is she writing her raps down? Okay. Said I love the South. I ain't gonna lie to you. There's certain parts of the South I ain't gonna mess with. My family from Mississippi, but child, they ain't gonna see me down there. Mississippi got a dark energy over it, and people outside of Mississippi are finally starting to see what, that old time religion is like, unfortunately, because it never left. It never left. It just graduated into different forms. And we're seeing it, from time to time with these people being lynched and this poor baby Nolan who couldn't even go out and enjoy the holiday with people that he thought were his friends. Said, I would have never thought you were from Detroit. If you didn't say it, you sound straight from the South. Baby, listen, my English teacher used to always ask, like, where did you get that Southern drawl? Grandma house, hands down. I'm definitely country by default. I lived in Tennessee, y'all, and people in Tennessee were like, it's nowhere in the hell you from the north. Said it's like the black people that lived in Mississippi scared to live in the state. I mean, if you've been there, you got family there, you have to be careful. Like I said, you have to be careful. That old time religion didn't change. It's generations of hatred that are being upheld by traditions. Say, I love the South. My friend in Charleston can cuss me out without using the cuss word. And see, those are the Christians down there. You ever want to be told off, you get told off by somebody Southern. It is one of the funniest, most disrespectful experiences you will ever have, because you'll have to stop and decode what they said to you just to be sure that you got the disrespect correct. You said my grandpa from there, he's from Brookhaven. Okay. Yeah, if you don't have roots in Tennessee, I mean not Tennessee, excuse me, Mississippi, it's not for everybody. It's beautiful land, beautiful hospitality, but there is a lot of unresolved history that nobody wants to face. Said I'm from Mississippi, and they are very, very much still very a racist state. Yes. Okay, Virginia. Said disrespect, mask, and pleasantries. Yes. Yes. So if you ever get a Southern person that say bless your heart or something like that, bless your heart, child, they shading you. They shading you. Bless your heart, that's their way of telling you, you're slow, you're simple-minded. Mm-hmm. I got Southern people in the chat. They said, right, just know bless your heart is an insult low key in South Carolina. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Say, watch your surroundings and stay strapped. Said, that's a thing here in South Carolina. Said, bless your heart because God clearly didn't bless your brain. Yes, yes. Southern people tell you, bless your heart. You better know who you're talking to because that person is literally telling you you stupid to your face. So you from the north and you hear bless your heart, straighten up and pay attention to who you're talking to because they think you're slow. Mm-hmm. Said true, I'm from Louisiana and it took one of my friends 10 minutes to figure out I was nice nasty to her. Ooh, since southern women cuss you out with a Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Doggone it. What was I about to? Oh, yeah. Sitting up here talking about people being called slow in the South. Um, let's tap into Young Miami and if she's talking about Cardi. Let's see how she actually feels about Cardi. Now, all things said are alleged and for entertainment purposes only. Let's see if there's all love here or if Carisha thinks that Cardi is a northern dirty foot. Lord have mercy. Show me the energy between Young Miami and Cardi B. Five of Cups. Oh, hell. We're starting off with the cards of regrets and Three of Pentacles, either the relationship or collaboration. So, look like somebody wished they never worked with somebody. You said not a northern dirty foot. That is completely disrespectful. Ooh. Ten of Swords. Yeah, this talks about regretting a betrayal or dealing with somebody, you know, during a betrayal. Also, like standing up to someone. Seven of Wands. Now, I find this interesting, this combination here, because this is giving me that don't be surprised if the city girls talk it out and work through whatever they got going on. And this would be a total flip on Cardi because Cardi has this idea, allegedly, that once she works with someone or once she talks to someone, it's like they're locked in and they just have this buddy relationship. And it's like Carisha is regretting allowing herself to get close to Cardi to a certain extent. Said, and if you show somebody your baby and they talk about the outfit the baby got on, they saying that your baby ugly. Child, my grandmother had no cut, okay? I watched her tell a woman that her son looked like he'd get AARP. Like, oh, his daddy must be an old man. Let's see, you got him on a Dobbs and some little orthopedic shoes. Look at it, just look 65. Child look like he about to go get his AARP. Like talking like this in the lady face. It's like if this lady jump, I'ma have to get up and fight. Like, why do you say stuff like this? Yes, strong in the face, hard in the face. You got the kind of face that could stop an 8-day clock from alarming. You said not Benjamin Button. Child, the child still don't look young yet. I'm wondering when that part is going to kick in. Three of Swords. This is heartbreak. Four of Wands. So, yeah, this gives me that Carisha wanted to stop dealing with Cardi to a certain extent a very long time ago. But due to energy attached to, like, a betrayal, heartbreak, it's like now there's deep regret because it's like she's looking at her stability and who, trustworthy, someone that, she could actually have in her corner, somebody she can trust. Not the baby look like he need life alert. Lord have mercy. Also, Cardi announced that AHA music video is out this Friday. Y'all, this is a silent competition between the two of them, in my opinion, okay? Because why are you dropping on the same day that the remix for this song comes out? Both of y'all dropping summer music when the summer is over. Like people making their last damn hot dogs on the grill for Labor Day, and here y'all come. He said, I'm falling and I can't get up commercial. Yeah, King of Swords and the Star. So, King of Swords talks about telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the most disrespectful way. And the Star talks about, I hope, I wish, I pray you get loose and say something. Please, like, give me the opportunity to drag you. Give me the opportunity to drag you. I hope you mess up. Anxiety, the Nine of Swords at the bottom of the deck. So Carisha's energy is quite cocky. It's like, I ain't got to be the best rapper to drag you, but I know if I drag you, you ain't going to come back from it. So yeah, this feel like she going to go Opalaka. She going to take it back. And Miami got a special way of cussing as a city. Four of Pentacles. This talks about being stubborn. Also, this talks about, I've been breadcrumbing the situation for a minute. I've been letting you slide. Said that would be funny if Carisha and JT worked together to drag Cardi. That would be hilarious, to be honest with you. King of Pentacles. So, yeah, like Four of Pentacles is like in the past I was down, you ain't really mess with me like that. And now I'm up. I'm getting money. I'm getting notoriety. Like my name is out there. Five of Wands. Hey, this is like come outside, fight. Ten of Wands. Yeah, I don't think this is about JT because JT ain't never been afraid to come outside and fight. Five of Wands is literally like, I'll physically whoop your ass. Ten of Wands. So y'all, this feels like this could be Cardi because this is literally like you do all that popping it, you talk all of that trash, but I will literally drag you for everybody to see. I'll get down on you. Said Liberty City Pork and Beans Projects. Said back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me. Come on, Mike Jones reference. So I don't see this as JT. I don't see JT being afraid to get down and dirty. She doesn't give that energy. Said Cardi needs to know she messing with the city girls. Leave them alone. Four of Swords. This is like, you will lay this to rest before you pop out with me. You'll go off into talking about how you got money, you got the bag, how you stable before you go outside with me. Like, you got to change the conversation with me because I will really pull up. You said, to be honest, when I heard the diss, I was like, how is she talking about JT fell off when Miami just getting back on? Right. That's why I said, let me look a little further. Said Miami was messing with Stefan Diggs. That's what the street is saying. We don't know how true that is. Said it also JTA fell off. She just got another work behind music. Said she has been self-sabotaged. Said the City Girls were initially Team Cardi too. Interesting to see how things have changed. Yeah, because Cardi gave them one of their big features in the beginning, the twerk song, when JT went to prison. Cardi did that video, and it was her and Carisha twerking on the boat and whatnot. I still remember Cardi's intro to the song. She was like, "This sound like Cardi with the braids. This sound like Cardi to the stage." Said, "What if What about what if it's about Santana? Are they good?" The both of them stay good. She actually fell out with JT over Santana. So, baby, that's her main duty. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if Santana helps her pin this track against Cardi, because Santana did shake Cardi damn baby down while she was pregnant by Stefan Diggs, and said that maybe she might need to cancel that assignment because the baby gonna look funny. Say Cardi needed that just as much as they did. Point taken. Point taken. Say Young Miami working hard for Diddy's money. Child, she should have went on that Boss Man D-Lo tour. Now a lot of the people in the streets ain't messing with her. But she thought that Diddy was coming home in a few weeks and threw away the sure thing for the maybe. And the maybe didn't turn out. Page of Cups, Six of Cups. So it's like they have limited communication, and this feels like the only way she would deal with Cardi is for the bag, for money. But other than that, it's like, entertaining you for what? Moving on and leaving you behind. So I don't see it for them having a friendship. If anything, it would more so be Cardi trying to make it seem like they're better with each other than they are. Said nobody seems to like Cardi like Jack Horseman. Said when Cardi and JT argued, Cardi said her features helped JT's numbers. She indirectly whacked Carisha when she said that. Yeah, because they were a group. You can't help one without helping the other if they're a group. So I don't think she thought about that when she caught herself trying to, shade JT. If there was a Carisha, there was a Jatavia. They were a group. Five of Pentacles. Yeah, it's like she don't see it for Cardi. Eight of Cups. Literally, the Five of Pentacles to the Eight of Cups, she don't see it for Cardi at all. It was like, no thank you. Walking away from her, don't deal with her. Why is she chucking the deuces to Cardi or looking at Cardi as somebody that's not on her level? Said, right, people look at JT as the city girl. She was the one that had the bars. They said that Cardi gonna have a girls' night AHA remix with Miami ain't on it. They're competing. Well, to me, I don't see it as ladies' night. I've said this before. It doesn't give the vibe for ladies' night because the initial ladies' night was fun loving. Everybody was having a good time. They genuinely made it look fun to be on a girls' trip. So to see that energy from the original and how all of those ladies were a huge part and what really looked and felt like unity at that time, and then to take a diss track that's already performed dismal and then try to turn it into a ladies' night theme to, I guess, soften the blow and turn it around and make people like it more. I'm just saying no. If it's going to be in the vibe of ladies' night, it needs to be in, the energy of people actually enjoying themselves. Said ladies' night, but we gonna know the ladies because ain't no good lady friends. Well, I mean, child, when I saw the alleged lineup for ladies' night, it kind of threw me because one of those people in the group don't seem to get along with anybody in the group. But they knew that person would be available, because what else are they doing? It's literally one person in the group that gets along with not one person in the group. Um, it just feels contrived to me. It feels very contrived to me. Like you bring Kim back from the original ladies' night, and then you've got Glorilla, and then you've got Cash Doll, and I don't think any of those ladies have any issues with each other. You know, they seem to be, decent with each other. But then you bring in Megan. Megan, you did a song with Kim and took it down, which feels like you was shading the piss out of Kim. Plan B came and went pretty much within 24 hours. You don't get along with Glorilla. It don't feel like Cash got it for you or see it for you either. And you and Cardi, y'all doing whatever it takes to keep the marketing lights on, as far as I'm concerned. So, um, I just wonder, why was she added to this song when it's so many people in the song that she seems to have an offbeat history with. You said Remy. Child, she ain't gonna put somebody that's that much better than her on that damn song. Y'all gotta remember, Remy's a battle rapper. The song is you dissing people talking about aha. You got Clarissa Shields on your jock because she feel like both of y'all dating within marriages. So child, she don't want Clarissa to get upset and come pop goes the weasel and actually do to her what she threatened to do to Brorilla. So I don't see, I don't see that one. You said aha is not a sexy song. It's gonna sound a fucking mess. I mean, even if it doesn't sound a mess, it doesn't give the ladies' night vibe. Like, ladies' night made it seem like being with your girls, your sisters, was the thing to be and to have, and to see everybody down to Angie Martinez, who was a radio icon. Like, all of these different women, all different walks of life, and they all added to the whole vibe of the video, even the cameos in the video. So it just doesn't feel productive enough, fun loving enough as a song to try to pull a ladies' night theme. And it also feels contrived to me on Cardi's behalf, because you're you're always looking to black women to save you from black women. And that might, lose some people, but I feel like every time she has an issue with a black woman, especially a dark-skinned black woman, she tries to get next to whoever she can get next to be like, oh no, see, we cool, I'm good in the hood, I'm over here with such and so and so, and she looks for that cosign from the community to combat what's being said throughout the community. So if she wasn't in what feels like a stale place right now, would she be doing, this remix? Would we be calling this remix a ladies' night remix? I don't think so. That's all in my opinion, though. I don't think so. So we've got the Four of Wands here for Carisha with the Five of Cups. And it's like, she's up now, because Four of Wands talks about your stability. She may have regrets about things in the past and how things worked out, but it's like she's up now. And I know it's the past because you got the Six of Cups here. Her wishing that she had done some things differently, but it's like, now is my time. I'm going to cash in as much as I possibly can during my time. Show me the Ten of Swords. What's the betrayal? Yep. This is why she don't feel Cardi. Cardi, I don't know who it is that you like to talk to, but they run around and they repeat what you say. And it feels like something that Cardi has said either got back to her, or like you said, that comment where she tried to shade JT and inadvertently shaded Carisha because they were in the same group. But it just feels like messages keep getting back to her, and it's like it comes out of the weirdest sporadic places, like the food. And it's like, why are you even speaking on me? Why am I the topic of conversation? How did I even come up in this conversation? Like, I thought, shit between me and you was cool, but I see now. So she's like, I'm not gonna come for you publicly like that. I'm not gonna beef with you unless I beef with you for the bread. So she's flipping Cardi's ideals back on her. You know how Cardi will run back to the money. Excuse me. How Cardi will run back to the money and she'll go back to talking about all these bitches is broke and they all this and they all that. It's like Carisha's flipping that whole ideology against her. And it's like, oh, okay, you want me beef with you? I'm gonna beef with you and get the bag. I'm gonna beef with you for the bag. I'm gonna make you bring the bag back to me, because every time you go there, I'm going to make money out of it. So, Five of Swords. Yeah, something that she said that was, disruptive in some kind of way, caused heartbreak. And Nine of Cups. So Cardi may have thought it was a wish fulfillment to say what she said, or shading something, and didn't look at the bigger picture. But the bigger picture is like, okay, now I know how you feel. I get where you coming from. I'm straight on you. The Star to the King of Swords. Yeah, and that also talks about somebody having bigger star powers. So it's like, you the type like to run to, that's funny. Like, you the type like to run to your lawyers and run to the law. And then here it is, you be talking about snitching and whatnot, but they go jail. So it's like another thing that it's like she had to look at how would this affect her career going back and forth with Cardi as well. Lots of anxiety here. Page of Swords talks about messages, seeing things on the internet, things getting back to her. And this had been going on for a while. So this don't feel new, y'all. This feels like Cardi's been saying things. Carisha may listen to some of these lives from here to there, and she catch some of these things said, and it's like, oh, okay, heard, got it. What's the question? Two of Swords, Four of Pentacles. So she's standing on business with this cutoff. King of Cups is like, I've been in my feelings and I've been quiet this whole entire time. I ain't said nothing. I just been keeping stuff to myself. But it seemed like now is the time. Two of Pentacles, taking a gamble, or somebody being two-faced it. In secret, the Moon. Ace of Cups, somebody you genuinely showed love to. And the Hangman, not knowing how to move forward. Did you see how Carisha's cleaning up her image because she's exactly what Cardi imitates? Are they playing in our face? Well, I think her cleaning up her image is more about her trying to be more marketable and moving up into different lanes in her career, because she knows that this isn't going to last forever. But yeah, it's like she sees her as two-faced. Like, you're one way over here, one way over there. And the Moon here is like, I would have never known or suspected that you were like that. I thought it was all love. It was genuine. With the Ace of Cups card. And the hangman is like feeling stuck, not knowing how to move forward on this situation. You know, this is something that might take a little time before I delve into it. It also gives me the energy of she wanted to be sure before she made a certain decision, because this could affect her career because of who's, behind Cardi. But yeah, she secretly had been hearing things for a while. Said, I know Cardi mad. She can't use Young Miami like she did Lotto and Glow. Child, that girl from Miami, she think way faster than Cardi thinks she do. Said Cardi bad talking people reminds me of Lotto situation. Cardi has had multiple faces, but she's mostly two-faced. Ooh. And said, what you say, Shiny? Thank you for your services. Grand opening, grand closing. So I don't know who this is that she talks to that is sharing the things that she's saying, but it seems like Cardi needs to really, really be careful who she's talking to, not just what she's talking about, who she's talking to, because it's birdies flying all around carrying messages from things that she's said. Yeah, the Empress. So she's trying to lay this to rest because she is trying to work on herself and be the better version of herself. And child, Empress to the Ace of Swords. This is the real tea. Like, Miami knows stuff about her. She know about what goes on behind the scenes with her. Like Cardi saying she got all the tea on everybody. Cardi, it looked like everybody really got the tea on you, and you the last one to know how much people know of your personal life and your actual business. Yep, the Hermit. So yeah, it's like if it ain't equal reciprocity, it ain't about the bag. She don't care. Um, like you, this is funny. Like yeah, you could apologize with money. That I'll take that, but I don't really mess with you like that. Six of Cups. In the past, it was like she was down for working with her. I thought everything was cool. Um, Five of Pentacles. Why is it at the Five of Pentacles? Seven of Cups. So, Five of Pentacles or Seven of Cups is like somebody ghosting someone or no longer dealing with someone due to all the confusion and the multiple energies that are involved in this situation. So this is even one of those situations where you can contact somebody, you can call them and, ask them about something. They'd be like, oh, no, I don't know where that came from. That's crazy. People just be saying anything. And then the next thing you know, somebody else contacts you and says the same thing without knowing that you've already heard this from another person and spoke to the person who allegedly said it. So it's like, okay, well, how did this person hear it if you didn't say it? You know what? Yeah, I'm straight on you because you funny acting. Yeah, the Devil. Eight of Cups. Seeing her as toxic, walking away from her. It's no telling what her and Saucy know about her. They know way more about her business than Cardi thinks. Said the crows are talking and telling her business. OMG, the betrayals after those crumbs that she threw their way. Yeah, it feels like this is a Lotto moment all over again. It's not something that we, the public, are going to hear recorded. It feels like it's coming from viable sources, and that's why it makes it a betrayal. King of Cups, Eight of Pentacles. So, y'all, this right here tells me she may have heard some things while they were working together felt deep in her feelings, was like, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut and get this bag, get this money. But here it is, people that you talk to, people that call you for gossip, you hang with. They got all types of stories. It's like word on the street is, and it seemed like she wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, because you've got the heartbreak to the Five of Swords. Was like, maybe people got that misconstrued. Maybe people just be making up stuff, being messy. But it just, eventually it ended up panning out to be, it is what it is. So I wonder who Ken Barbie is talking to. Now that's interesting. Said Tokyo Hoodoo Cardi's hair is cool with Mitch Santana's best friend. Oh, see, there you go, connecting dots I didn't even know existed. Because this is definitely somebody that's close to Cardi, that's going back, reciting or regurgitating their conversations. It says, so Cardi done fell out with Bia, JT, Lotto, Meg, Ice Spice, and now Carisha. Wonder who's next. Well, Carisha hasn't addressed it. And it didn't look like she was going to address it. But it's like things just seem to keep sliding across her desk. Little jabs, little things here, little things there. And, sometimes you got some people from the North that think that they're way smarter, way more intelligent than people in the South because their lives move at a slower pace. But that ain't true. In Miami, even though it's not congested the way New York is, that city moves fast. A lot happens in Miami, always has. Said, how is Cardi stopping people's bag if her label don't pay her enough, if that makes sense? Sometimes stopping people's bag ain't got nothing to do with your label. It has to do with relationships and being able to make that call and say, oh, I heard you was working with such and such. You should stop that. And they would rather work with you because you're the bigger name. So here it is. This person doesn't get the interview. They don't get that producer. They don't get that feature because they don't want to lose working with the bigger artist. So it ain't always got to be about money. It can be influence. Yep, like don't book her and I'm not coming back. Yep. And they're going to go for whoever the bigger bag is. And Cardi got a problem with everyone who was on the Super Freaky Girl remix. I mean, if that's true, then child, that says a whole lot about her character, because why you worried about who's working with Nicki or anybody else when you're not even offering these people work? They don't have to not accept work with her or anybody that you don't like just because you don't like them. That's not realistic. It's definitely not realistic. People got bills to pay and they don't have anything to do with the problem that you got with that person. So why should they inherit a beef or energy that has nothing to do with them? Said very young-minded thinking. Said, yep, said, okay, look how Tyler Perry did Monique. And then all those people had to come back and apologize to Monique later. Said Cardi got a problem with the girl keeping her womb closed, speaking clearly. Ooh, Lord. Thank you, Justice for Us. It says for a reading, for a personal reading, please email at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. A 30-minute reading is $44, a 60-minute reading is $88, an ancestral reading is $111, and a criminal aid reading is $250. And see, this is why I said Tia was also going to regret aligning herself with Cardi, because Cardi flip-flops. I'll check my email later on. I've been sending emails all day. Yeah, she flip-flops. Like she'll ride with you as long as it's beneficial to her. But when that smoke comes for you, she don't show up to ride for the people that rode for her the same way. Like when all that popped off with Dre Baby and Tia, where was Cardi to come outside with her cigarette and go in on Dre Baby? Tia literally went, body to the wall for you, and you told her thank you, but then when she started getting dragged, here come all the shenanigans. You said Angel, Tia, and Young Miami was close. That's interesting. Tia's also cool with Cash, so it's like, it's to the point now to where Cardi's gonna have to watch her step, because maybe that's the reason why Tia went in the way she did on Cardi's behalf, because she figured that her and Niecy Pooh were cool. But to see how she, you know, abandoned her when everybody came for her, I hope that showed her true character. And shout out to Tia. She just got engaged, so congratulations to her. She's getting married, y'all. She was on her way to Streamer's prom, and her boyfriend proposed. They're now engaged. Three of Swords, Five of Swords. So Cardi is burning all the bridges. You said to that little boy, hey, he gave her a grown-ass man ring. He gave her a grown-ass man ring. That's a grown man. It might not be your taste, but he happy over there with her. Gave her a ring. Let's see if they make it down the aisle. She looks happy. She looks happy. So we gonna see what happens. It look like the youngins like all the cougars. I don't know what's going on out here. And it seems like youngins with money that's going after the cougars. I don't know what's happening. But, hey, we don't drag men like that when, somebody 49, 50 say they getting married to somebody that's 25. We look at that man and say, oh, he's still pulling them. Look at Unc. He still got them going crazy. Like, we don't do men like that. So, I think we got to do equal opportunity shade or equal opportunity, Congratulations. What the hell you say? Said that ain't no cougar. That's a werecat. A werecat? I'm done. Whew. Say okay, because Marcus Houston wife really ready to tell it. Child. Marcus Houston wife need to tell us why was she on the missing persons list throughout half of their so-called friendship before they got married. Like, if he was really your friend and really wanted to be with you, why in the world were you missing from your family and people could call and give in tips? It just feels very awkward, that whole situation. But I believe he got with that girl as soon as the fresh milk smell, came off, because she wasn't grounded in who she was yet. She didn't know who she was, what she wanted to be. Her self-esteem wasn't etched in stone yet. She was moldable. She could be however he wanted her to be, when he wanted her to be it, because she didn't know herself yet. And we're not going to see him with anybody that's older than him or closer to his age, because you can't tell me that that man doesn't have, control issues. It wasn't even that he got somebody young. That girl is a runaway from Oregon. What the hell was happening in Oregon where she was from? When I say that girl was a different type of green, not just because she was young, she came from small town America. Oregon, child. She ain't know nothing about life. You said we need to tap in on that. I don't know why talking about him made my arm itch. Ooh, doggone it. Am I allergic to you, Marcus Houston? That's probably because I'm too old for his liking. You know, I don't know old bitches talking about me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So we got the Seven of Swords here. So we got the Seven of Swords here. Like she knows that she can't trust Cardi for real. And it comes down to, things that she has said, things that she hears that she says about other people. And I told y'all that Cardi's mouth would be her downfall. Like she's gonna have to really watch what she says and how she comes off because her mouth is gonna write checks that she can't cash. And I'm looking at it. Yep, the lovers. Y'all, Page of Pentacles. Ooh, child. Said Oregon don't sound like they had black people there. It does have black people there, but it's a totally different, relaxed, laid back culture. So if you take someone that is a teenager from a small town in a real laid back, sleepy environment, and then you throw them in LA and they meet Marcus and Chris Stokes, child, that girl don't have the defense that it takes to even have the life experience to know that these two weren't the two she should have been going with. She didn't know enough. She was that type that was like, oh my God, I grew up watching you on TV. I'm so enamored. She was, like gone off of you got served type energy. She met the actual man after she got married, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? He got her into being a Jehovah's Witness because, he wanted to keep control of her thought process, which was like, okay, I want you to serve the way I serve because these people are going to back up the training that I'm giving you. So, yeah, she didn't know any better. So you got the lovers and the Page of Swords. Yeah, Cardi got to be careful playing with Miami because Miami could air her out. And I mean big time. Like Jeffree Star air her out. Diane said, no, I ain't forgot. I remember what the street said about that. She also dated Stefan because I had just referenced JT's song No Hook, where she told her, that ain't your friend, your BD is getting smashed. So the only good thing that came from B2K was J. Bull. Well, the most talented one in the group, as far as I'm concerned, is the most tortured. And that would be Raz B. Raz B is the reason why they're able to tour right now. He bought the rights to the likeness, the image, the trademark, everything, and he split it up and gave all parties in the group equal ownership of the group, which he didn't have to do that. He could have owned the group and did whatever he wanted to do with it. But I think that was really, really noble of him to say, listen, we may not have had control back in the day, but I'm going to give you real power by giving you ownership of what we built. That says a lot. Like ownership, that's something they could pass down to their children. So, pat on the back to Raz B for thinking outside of himself, because he definitely didn't have to. Yeah, I said an MJ move. Yep. Yep. Two of Swords, Ten of Wands, Four of Pentacles. Um, that right there shows me that, personality trait is stubborn, Two of Swords. And it just feels like, Carisha may have waited a while, but, before she got to the point to where she was going to cut Cardi off. It was like she wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, but it got to the point to where she couldn't overlook the situation, so to speak. Queen of Cups, she had to trust her intuition. Said I wouldn't have given them anything the way they treated him when he told his story. That's why I said it was huge of him to do that, because he didn't have to. He could have owned that group, moved on, did whatever he wanted to do, because they did shade him all the way down to the bone marrow, talked about him bad, and then all of a sudden they had to come full circle to come back into performing through him. And he still gave them the kindness that they didn't offer him. Said, I'm telling you, you learn something new every week from Miss Angel. I remember some stuff, y'all. And remember, Ray J was a part of that moment too, when it came to him, recording that phone call and telling his story of what happened to him. So he had a lot of people turn on him. I remember back when Tank, Genuine, and what's his name? Tyrese. Back when they were really, really cool, when they were putting together TGT. They were trying to tell him to be quiet, to, fall back. You sound crazy. And that made me look at Genuine different, because how are you going to tell somebody to fall back on telling their story, or try to make them feel like they look crazy for sharing something that could be ripping them to shreds, spiritually, mentally? Like, that's the problem. This, what happens in this house stays in this house mentality, is why so many people need mental help, because they're broken from their childhood and they can't share anything, they can't tell anything, because the person who victimized them re-victimizes them again through the people that hear the story, and they drag them to hell for being vulnerable in a situation that they couldn't control. Why is that energy not going towards Chris Stokes? Why are we not outside of Chris Stokes' house with pitchforks trying to figure out why was he in their music video as children in satin pajamas and barefoot? I knew I couldn't trust him when he was in children's video with bare feet and satin pajamas. Who you trying to look cute and sophisticated for in this video? You looking like a sexy bloated auntie in this video. What are you doing? Why did we keep seeing immature in pictures where they were in the bed in their drawers? Why are these three boys in the bed in their drawers? Like, this started before B2K. We needed to ask some serious questions a very long time ago with Chris Stokes that, to me, have still not been answered. When he talked to Raz B on the phone and he said, I don't do that anymore, I'm not like that anymore. Anymore? When did you stop? And what exactly were you doing? How many children have you been around that weren't safe? Like, why isn't nobody held him accountable for that conversation when he said, I don't do that anymore? Said, see, that's why Genuine fell off that stage and tried to grab onto that guy doing sign language for the show. Said, oh, and Janae was over there too with Orion. That's her baby daddy, her oldest child's father. That one was loud. Said, Angel, did you see the blue face? He said he was going to whoop Ray J's ass because he's been telling AB and Dean something. Child, I try to stay as far away from Blueface news and shenanigans as I possibly can, because that man is beyond can't get right. He makes all of his money and all of his notoriety from being an asshole. And we, the public, it's our fault because if we stop watching, he would have to clean up his act and do something else. So, the girls that don't have self esteem, that lack self love, that sit over there and let him talk to them like that, Clarissa, I blame you. You raised this monstrosity. It's just it's sad. Say he had them kids singing all those mature ass songs. Oh, I remember the Munchies. I remember the video. That was before the little Filipino boy left the group. See, everybody forgot about the little Filipino boy. Um, he left right after the movie House Party. I want to say, was it House Party 3? Like, I remember when he left, and I'm like, well, where the hell did he go? Next thing you know, you got Little Drummer Boy was added to the group, and nobody asked any questions. How did the group just did a random change up, and then they became successful after the Filipino boy left the group? I definitely remember the Munchies because they were like elementary school size when the Munchies came out, and it's very intriguing when you think about what they were singing about because they were young. A lot of people didn't pay attention because it sounded like Alvin and the Chipmunks. But when you listen to the chorus, that I've got the munchies for you, baby. You've got the flavor I adore. I've got the munchies for you, baby. Come and let me eat you up. Let me eat you up. Why would you be talking about eating and flavor and how somebody tastes in a song with, 8, 9, 10-year olds in the song? I definitely remember the song. I remember it like it was yesterday. Say they did a number on Quentin. He said, "Much you know what? Excuse me." That listen. That was the bigger picture when you listen to the song because it sound innocent because they were so young, but then when you realize what they're singing, it's like the hell are y'all talking about? And why they keep showing these pictures of y'all and y'all drawers in the bed? And then they came out with the girl group that Seven Streeter was in. That was supposed to be like the female version of B2K. And I guess they were too positive because they had a song about you can't take my virginity. And that song went and went back and they tried to act like they never put that group out. Said, I'm not surprised they had them acting grown in House Party. Well, shout out to the Filipino guy because his family wasn't for it. And when they started to see the shenanigans, baby, they pulled that baby out that group and we never saw him again. Because I'll never forget when I found out he was Filipino. I said, shit, I thought he was Mexican. But Filipino people do have Spanish roots as well. Yeah, the magician. So right now, it's like all that Young Miami is thinking about is what's going to help her to manifest, and because it's like she's got to keep this lifestyle going. Yep, said never to ever be seen again. I seen him a few years ago, and it was like a random post. Somebody had posted a where are they now type picture with him and his current wife. He had just got married. And I was, it kind of threw me because it's like, damn, that's what you look like as an adult. Like, I haven't seen you since you were like a 10-year-old little boy. If he was that old. Six of Cups. Yeah. I'm going to try that again because I want to make sure that's an honest pull, y'all. Give me 1 second. Everything came out in reverse. I just want to make sure it's an honest pull. The High Priestess. Mm, yeah, she's got some big time secrets on Cardi, and it would be best if Cardi laid anything to rest when it comes to beef with Young Miami, because I don't think she knows how much she really knows about her personal life. Said them girl groups never lasted. This one didn't even get a chance to really get started. They were grand opening, grand closing with the same damn song, and they were very talented. Temperance. So this feels like if Cardi is trying to reach out to her, trying to talk to her, she plays the "I'm busy, I'm booked, I'll get back to you later" type energy. So Cardi may have tried to smooth things over with her because she realized the temperature feels different. But if it ain't about about making money, Young Miami don't care about conversations. It's just like, what's the point? And here it is. It's like she's thinking about investing, how to move forward. She's trying to open up her options, and it's too much confusion. Too much confusion. This is giving me one of those everybody ain't lying type, energies. You could say all this, that, and the other. You didn't say that, and I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt, but everybody ain't lying. That's what this feels like. So I can't be mad at Carisha in this energy because it's like, hey, come straight down the middle, keep it real, or leave me alone. So I don't feel that this is about JT. I don't feel that this her whacking this person was JT at all. It feels like it's more on point for Cardi. So Cardi, at some point you gotta start holding yourself accountable for how you keep ending up in these dramatic situations. Because then eventually people are going to start to look at you and they're going to say, well, everybody can't be wrong. You done fell out with this one, and this one. We need to start reevaluating what's going on with you. Alrighty. Let's do Beyonce's relaunch for B Day. How will it be received? Um, Y'all, I haven't listened to any of her music in like so long, like purposely going to streaming and streaming her music. I will say, like, B Day was probably like one of the last albums that I listened to of her music. And to me, the production for Beyonce it's felt all over the place because it's like she tapped into a certain pocket on that first album, and it seemed like they understood her energy in that first album, and then after that it just seems like they went back to searching for her sound again, and it was, to me, it was hit or miss. Nobody really captured her sound the way they did in the B Day album. So, and it's not to say that she didn't make, good music after B Day. It just never felt as congealed. Something about that project felt locked in. So, let's see. How are people going to perceive B Day 20-year anniversary? Because, child, listen, what they did with your husband's relaunch is pitifully laughable. That man retanked the album he already tanked 30 years ago. That makes no damn sense. Said, to be honest, I don't think Beyonce music ages well. It's always been, it's always feels big in the moment, but as time passes, you never go back to it. That's an interesting concept. I mean, for me, like when I listen to that album, I listen to what Missy did with her sound. I listened to what Candy Burris did with her pen on that album. Um, there were so many moments on that album where it really feels like they tapped into what was going to be the outline of her career, her future in music. And then it started to go in a place to where, okay, well, let's do more pop. And well, what are they doing over here? Let's do more of that. And it just seems like it got further and further and further away from what felt like her authentic sound. So yeah, Dark Child, Swiss, Child, that man flopping that album twice, and the second time was worse than the first. Is I said that's a different type of history. How could you be infamous for dropping the same album that plummeted twice? Said I love Beyonce's music growing up, but it doesn't hit today and the way it did back then. I mean, you might just be spiritually in a different place as well, and you don't connect anymore. Says she's now more focused on making moments than actual good music now. That's interesting. Said I can't tell you the last time I listened to Lemonade or watched the film. I never watched the film. I never completely listened to Lemonade. If it wasn't something that she released to the public, I wasn't on it. Put a ring on it. A lot of people, they were all over Put a Ring on it. It was okay. Like that song didn't do all of that for me. But like when I go back to the first album, um, like that album felt like she was in the moment. That album felt like you were actually having a personal moment that she was taking you through with her music. So it just, I don't know, it just seems like it got too commercial for me. It got too commercial. It lost its depth. It lost its each project. I do think that the Lion King album was a nice change for her because she lowered her register through most of that album. But that album didn't do as good as she thought it was going to do. I believe she thought that that album was going to get her like a Grammy or an Oscar or something, and it didn't. You said Ring the Alarm. I've been through this too long. Listen, when I heard Ring the Alarm, I said, oh shit. But then I realized she's in the same house that Lauryn Hill was in for X Factor. You think I'm joking? Go back and watch Lauryn Hill's X Factor video and then watch Beyonce Ring the Alarm. It's the exact same living room, same furniture, same treatment, same window, same coastal view. Said Dangerously in Love is my favorite, but that's really Kelly's song. We gotta say allegedly. Said I love the Black is King visual album and the music. Yeah, that's the Lion King album. Like I felt like that was a nice transition for her, but it felt like she was scavenging. Like you went over to Africa, picked up their sound, picked up their motion, and then when it didn't work, you put it back down like it was a doll on the dresser. Said, well, when you destiny swap with people, the magic wears off, and that's why her music falls off now. Interesting deduction. Said, oops, the images in my head, and you ain't lying. Those houses, yep. Whose house is that? I'm telling you, you go back and look at the video. It is the exact same house. I was floored. Like, you know how you watch something and it's like, wait a minute, have I seen this before? Blew me away. So the first album was classic R&B. B-Day was, uh-oh. classic R&B. B-Day was great secondary album. Sasha Fierce was when she went more pop R&B. And that's pretty much where I jumped off. I'm like, nah. Mm. Like, Sasha Fierce was, for me, I can't tell nobody else how to feel. That was my least liked era for her because it just does not feel like she was authentically in that energy. So that's my opinion. Let's see how people are gonna look at B-Day 20 years later. You said, I know I rewatched Carmen when she got those cards to read her destiny and immediately thought of you. That Wyclef was the reader in that scene, whoever didn't see it. Said, if you follow trends and the trends fall off, so does your music. Dolly Parton's music is still played to this day, and they've been out for decades. Absolutely. That's why I said she bet not on everything I love come out and try to do a Dolly tribute. Just please do not remix Jolene and come back out and try it. Just don't. Leave that to her goddaughter and people who really sing country. Don't do it. B-Day 20 years later. B-Day, the 20-year anniversary. The world. Y'all, this is going to feel like an end of an era. They're going to try to push it as much as possible to get it to chart. It's going to be a struggle. She's going to face the same energy as her husband, where people just don't feel as enthused. Ace of Wands and Two of Wands. It's like people are going to be very aggressive with telling her, like, it's okay for you to move on. Where's Act 3? I thought you were dropping the third album. Why are y'all both giving us regurgitated music we already have? When will she retire? I don't even want to answer that question. If you've been listening to me for the last couple years, you'll know why I don't want to answer that question. Okay, we got 4 face down. 9 of Pentacles. King of Swords. Knight of Cups. Whew, the Sun. Y'all, it's like she's trying to separate herself due to, possible legal issues that may be pending. And she's trying to take whatever offer she can right now before there is some kind of exposure coming. It's like she knows the other shoe is about to drop on something. I still don't think she knows what to expect, though. Yep, 7 of Pentacles. This talks about, her heavily investing in whatever she feels is going to bring her a harvest right now. But child, that you reap what you sow is about to be awful, because it's like for the first time ever, she's gonna just keep being slighted because of him, their relationship, things that are about to be exposed. She's gonna be sideswiped back and forth for the next year and a half, possibly. And it's like she's too far in. She's too far invested to just up and walk away. I don't know why I'm channeling one of her songs, because I usually never channel her music. But y'all tell me what's the name of this song. The chorus is like, why don't you love me? What album is that? What song is that? So I thought she was a billionaire. You can be a billionaire and lose everything. Frosty, that's why I didn't want to answer that question. Said it was a single though. That's the song. I don't know the name of the song. Like I'm hearing it in my head that Why Don't You Love Me? Oh, you said it's on the B Day album? See that? Child, I can't even tell you what album it was on. It's from '08. So that is the name of the song. Okay. Said that's the name of it, Angel. Solange wrote it. Thank you. Child, that lets you know how well I listen to her music because I didn't even know that was the name of the song. But I can hear the chorus in my head and it keeps just saying over and over, Why don't you love me? It's like she keeps trying to prove her loyalty. You know, she keeps trying to show she's the perfect wife, everything that you have. Y'all, listen. Partition is one of the realest songs she ever put out, in my opinion. Like I say, in my opinion, because these folks like to copyright folks and go to court and do all types of things when they claim they don't listen, but they do. Go back and listen to Partition. When she talks about take all of me, I just want to be the girl you like, the kind of girl you like is right here with me. It really feels like energetically she is begging for him to approve of her, to love her, to want her. She's never truly felt loved or wanted by this man, and she's thirsting for it. And it's sad because it's like somebody got to teach you self love. You can't make somebody give you what they don't have to give. They ain't got it for you. They just ain't got it for you. Damn. This man is built like a heathen in the face. Why are you begging a whole entire subterranean species to love you? Have you looked in the mirror? Girl, you definitely can go out here and pull all types of other actual earthly inhabitants. Because I don't know where you found this one. This one looked like it was supposed to be on the curb for bulk day and y'all dusted it off. You say pour water on him, he'll melt. Shit, he might turn in one of them damn gremlins. Y'all remember the mugwise? You can't pour water on them. Can't feed them after 12 because they turn into gremlins. It looked like they pour water on it, and this is what happened. It ended up with a very, very stingy mustache and a weird hairline that looked like a wig. We don't know what exactly we're looking at. We're still trying to figure it out to this day. Said she be fighting with imaginary women over that man. I don't think they imaginary. I just think they need their rent paid. You know how strong a bitch is when the bills got to be paid? That's a fight she ain't going to win. You just got to sit back and take a piece of his love too. Because I need my damn car paid off. I got to send my child that ain't supposed to be here with the matching whiskers to school. Things got to happen. You know, he can give you all of the accolades out in public because I really don't want to be seen with them, but things need to be taken care of. Ain't no fight. Child, they send him back willingly. Nobody is trying to keep him. He has been a catch and release his whole life. He tricked her into believing she was supposed to catch and keep. So you got the Five of Swords here, which talks about, you know, her you know, wanting something so bad that she was overlooking, you know, the things that were being said to her. Like when they say the writing is on the wall, child, it was in neon with all types of lights on the wall. And I still can't see it. Um, do I ever think that Ramir is going to find out if Jay is his father? I think he found out already. Is the rest of the world going to find out? His daddy windmilling and fighting hard for it not to happen, but I think that's more so because of the energy attached to his mother. If he admits that this is his son, he would have to admit that he was with his mother. And if he admits that he's with his mother, then he would have to let us know how old was the mother when he was with his mother. See, that's the bigger picture here. I don't think it's about if I'm your dad or not. I think it's about public perception, image. Would I be seen as a PDF file? You know, that to me is what he's fighting against, not the paternity. It's the ramifications that come with admitting to that. Said there is a pic with Ramir's mom and him holding each other. We'll say substances took his mom. Jay used to sell to her too. Um, I believe that that is going to be a very, very interesting road to go down. Um, it feels like that's the story that they want us to put out, that she was just another basehead, old school name. They want us to look at her that way so that we don't see her as a viable member of society. But what dealer is in a relationship with a basehead? Baseheads are usually the people that you mess with behind the scenes when they short on whatever they need to give you for their stuff. You don't take pictures all hugged up with somebody that's known for being on that base. Now, could she have become that way because of his influence? That might be true. But you get what I'm saying? Say even so, he hit a base head. Or he was in a full-fledged relationship with a minor who may have happened to have developed a habit in his company because of things that may have been procured for entertainment purposes while they were dealing with each other. Now, is it possible that he could have actually strung her out to make her easier to control? That way she would need him and then he would feel godlike? So we got to watch these narratives. We got to watch the things that they're putting out here, because if we label her one of his custos, then that still puts him above her, and that makes her look like she was desperate and after him, which takes away from the question, are you someone that victimizes minors? And if so, how many minors were you victimizing? Because I promise you, people do not take pictures with their fiends, okay? That's not how that works. They don't take pictures all hooked up like that with custos unless the custo is somebody like, the mayor, the chief of police, somebody that has clout, that looks good on paper. They don't take pictures for the whole world to see with them hugged up with their custos. So you want us to believe that it's not possible for you to be taking advantage of minors, but it's possible for you to sell illicit substances to them? So you care enough about a minor not to stick your beef stick in them, but not enough of that same minor to encourage them to be the best version of themselves. Go to school, do something better with yourself. And you're going to take a picture with them to show the world how your mentor program is actually working from city to city, where you are mentoring poor, disenfranchised young girls that happen to be on that base. I mean, I'm not here to tell you what to think or how to think. I'm just saying think. Overall, does that story really make sense for the bigger picture? Says she wasn't. She lived right there where he had met Roland, PA. So y'all, they saying that when they were dealing with each other, she was traveling with him, meaning he could have been doing drops and taking her along with him from city to city or hood to hood doing drops. Who take their base head with them to go do drops and to see where all the places are that you doing drops? Base heads can go back and tell somebody to go and rob the spot that you just dropped off product to. Have you ever met a crackhead with a terrible memory? They gonna always know where the crack is and where the money is to get the crack. You mean to tell me you're gonna take somebody that is on serious dope with you to see a roadmap of how you work so that they can go back and tell the Jack Boys or whoever they deal with to pull up? Yeah, I know they got it. I was with them when he dropped it off. It's about 4 keys. Who the hell is gonna do that? Sound about right to me. Said that's his real Bonnie, Angel. That's like showing an alcoholic where all the open bottles of liquor are in the house and then you go to bed and expect the liquor to be there tomorrow. I'm going to leave a Tony Montana pile out on this table and you better not sniff none of it. I know how you do. What? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Now I've heard of people, hey, it's $20. What you got on you? All you got is 10. Okay, well you gonna service me for the rest. But they don't take pictures with them. Not all hugged up. That I don't know. Maybe they do stuff different where he came from. Did y'all see like Osino and all the people that he was hanging with back then taking pictures with their so-called base heads? Because I want to compare notes. I want to see if everybody else in his crew took romantic base head pictures. Anybody seen anything look like that? Said they show I don't promise you saying that made me go back to my dream I had about Jay-Z last night. Said she was 15-year-old basehead and delivered a healthy baby who was saying this. It gives a bot in here trying to play. Come on now. It said we need D Haven to come to the front. I'm just saying we haven't seen any of his friends around a bunch of young girls taking pictures and the young girls happen to be addicts. I haven't seen that. If it's out there, somebody send it to me, email me, DM me. I like to be unilateral. But what you just said, if that wasn't a nail in the casket, she had a issue but had a healthy baby boy that was not addicted or cross addicted and nothing was in his system, and he speaks very well to this day, very intelligent, and we don't see any residue of base on him at all. So when did she become a custo? Was it postpartum? Was that the old crack when it was pure? You gave her only the best? And her family knew that she was based out and pregnant as a 15-year-old with you? That's some old Brenda's having a baby type of strange relationship that everybody would see that. And nobody felt no type of way about you running around with a young girl that's strung out and pregnant. Just nobody cared. It's right. Said right. Either way, it's still a bad look. So for me, it still goes back to, why were you as a grown ass man out here with a 15-year-old girl, and then you see this 15-year-old girl is in distress, has an issue with substances, and you happen to sell substances, which means that you can supply her with whatever she needs to get with what you want. That still sounds predatory to me, because that means that you know that she has an addiction and you're willing to provide whatever it is she needs to take advantage of every hole on her body, allegedly. But you dressed it up and it was a relationship, allegedly. So yeah, I wonder how many people know Jay has an older daughter in Cambridge. Mm. According to the street, he got a couple of older children. We may never know. You said, oh, so she's on the substance, but she's still 15. Yeah, either way it goes. It's like, did you meet her on the blade? Like, how did y'all come across each other? Were you selling to her and her people, and then you fell in love with a base head? But you just happen to be an adult that might have been a predator taking advantage of a young girl that has a problem, and nobody cared because allegedly she was on something. Like, this is sounding worse and worse, no matter how you look at it. No matter how you look at it, it looks predatory. And it feels even more predatory if you are selling substances and she has a substance problem, and then you're feeding her problem to fuel what you want. So I'm not buying the shame of a woman who can't stand here and tell her own story. She's not able to tell us in her own words what her story is. All we know is she gave a dying declaration that she gave to her lawyer, that her lawyer could stand on business and say in a court of law, before she died, she gave testimony that stated that she was a minor, and he knew full well that she was a minor. So I'm going to stand on whatever her last dying words were. And her last dying words is that you were a predator that pumped and dumped her and left her with a baby. End of story. That's what it sounds like to me when I hear this story played back. Y'all, and it seems like all of this is going to come out, or it's like it's going to start rolling out in the midst of this B-Day rollout. Five of Swords. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of conflicting comments. Um, it's going to be mixed reviews. People are going to feel indifferent. And what was the wish fulfillment? What did they expect to get from dropping these anniversary albums? Because, y'all, it's like the comment sections are going to be in shambles. Here it is. It's like they were trying to invest in something that was going to give them a heavy return. But, child, it looks like he's got her doing the work to invest in whatever they need for him, the King of Wands. So, once again, it still feels very self-serving type energy. Someone that gives off, very narcissistic, me first. It's all about me, help me, me. So all of this is geared towards helping him before something comes out that's going to be exposed. But it looks like it's coming out anyway, and it's still going to be exposed. So this is a losing battle. Would you say it's a distraction? I feel it's a lukewarm distraction, because it's not going to get the response that she thinks it's going to get. People are still going to be dragging her for dropping right after Dolly. They're going to be dragging her because of her husband. They're going to be dragging her trying to talk about who else lap you've been sitting on. This is not going to do what they expect it to do. Like her diehard people, they're going to support, but for the most part, she's going to end up with even more anxiety issues. Said that part, Angel plus DeHaven was really him back in the day, and Camel was his right hand. He wouldn't be who he was without DeHaven. That's why I said, do we see pictures of DeHaven out there by the, monkey bars, McDonald's playscape trying to find the love of his life? Said, notice how once you started pointing out the inconsistencies, that bot got quiet. Child, I don't know who that was, but they not going to win over here, because no matter how you spin the scenario, it's still a grown-ass man with a vulnerable little girl that he shouldn't have had a close-up personal relationship with. And if that person happened to have had a habit and he was the pusher, that was the perfect way to keep your habit fed, because he can give you a little bump and then you can give him a little hump. Okay? So it don't matter how you spin this. What was your grown ass doing over here with the girl that should have been on her way to study hall instead of the dude drop in for $5 an hour and you can make her holler, allegedly? It just don't sound right to me that this is the second school age girl that we're attaching you to, when they told us that you were picking Foxy up from school at 14 years old. Now here this girl is 15 and giving birth. So you just pick everybody up in the 9th grade, huh? No, I'm just asking. You love them in the 9th grade. Like, would you start watching them in the 8th grade and they get to 9th grade, now you got to pick them like flowers? What is it about 14 is your lucky age? Because, was that the story with Foxy? Was she supposed to be a secret base head? Like, if you get drug about that, are we going to hear all types of negative things about Foxy? Or are we going to say Foxy was 14 years old? She was a baby. I'm going to ride with you were the adult, no matter how you slice this up. You were the adult. People love to say, oh, well, that girl was being fast. How in the hell did she get on the level of being speeding up to be fast? Who taught her how to move in a way that is more adult-like than she should know or understand? We got to start putting the spotlight back on the weirdos. Said, that he was stalking them out of that blacked out SUV. Should sound like all the guys that used to be parked outside of my high school when I was growing up. Grown as hell, cars with the booming systems. And they like the fact that, you look up to them. You don't know who you are yet. Your mind is not etched in stone yet, so they can train you up in the way that you should go. They can make sure that you don't develop the self-confidence that the older women have that they don't want to talk to because they can't keep up with them. Said, did you see Nikki's tweet where she talked about anytime Pebble Nation is in the news, 3 things will happen? Sure did. Sure did. Said, plus Ramir is more man than his dad will ever be. I can agree with that. Sad thing is, it don't take much, in my opinion. Said, now I am thinking back to 16 Carriages and how Bay cried every time she performed it. Said, grown men used to wait for us as teenagers getting out of junior high school, and there were a few young ladies that got caught out there on the trenches at a young age. Yeah. The 80s and the 90s, it was always somebody grown pulling up to the school trying to see the young girls. So yes, she sure did. Said, I'm trying to finish the dream, but my son woke me up for pancakes. That was way more important than Camel anyways. Yes, get that baby his pancakes. Said, I hate when adults say that a child is fast. It's disgusting. My thing is, if the child is fast, how did they get that way? Who started them on that journey? They didn't just wake up and decide to be that way. Somebody broke something in that child, and now that child is acting out due to what they've been taught. Said that boy man's Foxy, Beyonce, Aaliyah, damn, he's had it bad with, yeah, with that odd behavior. Said same here in the Bronx. I used to see it all the time. Said on the trap I'm in. Yep, about time. Said exactly. Said Angel, you got bars. I don't know if I got bars. I'm a shit talker. Said yep. Miss Lady T, let me find out that she got an addiction from him. That's what I'm saying. We got to look at the bigger picture. Was she like that before they met? Did she become that way throughout the duration of their relationship? And either way, it's still, he's in a situation with a young person that he shouldn't be in. Now, if you're her pusher and you're her, you know, violator, I'm trying to find the right words for YouTube, that means you're violating her twice because you're stealing her childhood in more ways than one. You are putting her on a substance that's going to rob her of her youth, her dignity, her self-respect. You are laying up with her, which is putting her in a mindset to face things that she's not ready to face, like motherhood, and you left her to be a mother before she knew how to be a woman. Said I dated a grown man in high school. These men never change. Said I was 13, 14 when my body developed into the Coke bottle shape, and grown men made me feel so uncomfortable. Boys in school too. I could just imagine. Said 15 is 15 no matter how they try to spin it. Come on now, that's what I'm talking about. He was in his mid-20s. So we don't even know when he started dealing with her. We know that the allegation is she gave birth at 15. Was she 14 when she got pregnant? Did he start messing with her when she was like 13 going on 14? Like, when did he start dealing with her? It said, plus, how did she magically die all of a sudden once she started trying to answer? Just saying. It said, people are sick of them. Just have a seat. And see, I want y'all to look at this whole comment section and put a pin in what you're seeing in this comment section, because I feel like these are things that are going to be popping up in Bay's comment section, and it could either be to the point to where she tries not to respond or they shut the comment section down because people really want to know the truth. These are real legitimate questions that people feel like they have answers to, and people are angry. Many generations love Dolly Parton. Okay, so for Dolly to pass away on the 25th, and then the next day you're talking about relaunching an old album, and they didn't even see you put out a rest in peace, message to Dolly, and you just tried to cover one of her greatest classics on your last album. It feels very, disingenuous, and it feels very rude, very unconcerning. So, said apparently she did on her website. Child, we don't all go to that damn website. Do she put it on her website when she's selling them damn cauldron drops? No, she put it on her social media. So if you could put advertisements for things you sell on your social media, a shout out in life and memory of Dolly should not have been hard to do. You can go Google a picture of Dolly and put up a picture of Dolly with her singing I'll Always Love You or her singing Jolene, and that didn't cost you nothing. Who is going over to your website to see that? You put that on your website to make people feel better before they purchase something from you. You said cauldron drops always send me. What the hell? I ain't putting that razzle dazzle in my damn scalp. I don't give a damn what nobody say. Mm-mm. You won't get me. Put them drops in your head and instantly you start getting these intrusive thoughts. Take your rent money over to Beyonce's website and buy all the unnecessary shit she got. Twice. You're gonna have me like the with that character, that movie Swarm. Ooh. That was an offbeat, uncomfortable ass movie to watch. Like, what the hell is this? I almost couldn't do it. Okay, so the Nine of Swords to the Ten of Swords, the King of Pentacles. Y'all, she's about to feel very betrayed by her husband. You said not take your rent money. Listen, you said to purchase them itchy robes. Ooh. You won't get me with that dollar store felt material. I looked at that robe and said, child, I know you lying. It is better, teddy bear fur down to a resale shop than what you just put together in these little tired ass robes. Weren't the robes $150 too? Child, is that her new favorite number, 150? Neutralize that down to 6. 6 is a number of moving forward into your new destiny. She tried to do numerology on us by making everything $150. Child, no. Absolutely not. Those robes look like they were made out of Santa's helpers hats. And not the good Santa's helpers, like the ones that are on, a probationary period that might be getting kicked out of the gumdrop lollipop factory. I could not believe it. I said, well, let me look at it again from a different angle. And then I looked at it from a different angle, and it was even cheaper than I thought it was the first time. So I said, oh, it just get worse. Every time you look at it, it just get worse. Like, this looks like it gives you eczema from just opening the box. That Angel make me laugh over here. I can't get some way better quality at Burlington. Listen, that no lie is told. I have a what is it? A Victoria's Secret robe. It's hot pink, and that robe is plush, and it feels so good. And it was not $150. She was trying to make people pull up on her and windmill her down. I don't know why y'all keep going over there buying clothes from her. Y'all see what she did to the House of Darion pants. You made a song talking about, I don't think you ready for this jelly, and the pants ain't had no ass in them. Who bought them House of Darion pants? I know I wasn't the only one that was upset when I tried to pull them pants up and there was no ass at all in the pants. Stiff ass pants was uncomfortable. Yes, TJ Maxx has better quality robes. Said that Ivy Parker fit I got was cute. I was too upset about them damn assless pants. I wasn't buying nothing else. House of Darion was the worst. So I tried them on. It seemed like they were off at Macy's. Damn, they were irregular at Macy's. Ooh, yeah, it was no place to put your jelly in those pants. I mean, literally, like, you jump in them, kick your legs, do the dozy do, lay on the bed, pull them up. You got to take your ass off to put the pants on. That don't make no sense. You can't get no money out of me after going through that traumatic experience, okay? And I ain't even got ass like that. So that's how you know it's bad. Like, I can't even put nothing in my back pocket because the ass part is too tight. You just told us that you bootylicious. Why are your pants not? Said my mama hated them Darion jeans though. So I definitely tried the Darion jeans, was mad after I bought them. See, I'm not the only one. If you ate cornbread, those pants were not for you. You were going to be sad. If you eat cornbread and biscuits, you could not wear Darion. You might have to go back to apple bottoms. You might have to go find you some Parasuco. You might have to go old school and go get you some Gloria Vanderbilts. But Darion, no ma'am. Mm-mm. And the shoes were even worse. The shoes feel like you were stepping on hot glass. Whispers, I'm serious. I'm serious. And I wasn't even thick like grits back then. So just imagine if I tried to put those pants on right now, they would have to come and cut me out of them and retake my blood pressure to make sure I'm okay. You said those at Coogee from City Trends. I never bought the Coogee from City Trends. I had enough friends when Coogee was popular the first time before they switched over to the FUBU people that would let me keep the Coogee sweaters because they said I put titty prints in them. I didn't know that was a thing, but eventually I took a thing and ended up with a wardrobe. So, you know, back then, you had pharmaceutical sales reps that would buy them like buying white tees. So, it's like, well, let me borrow it and wear it to my senior pictures. And, I had all these different Coogies, and I took them to go get them dry clean, went to give them back, and they said I put titty prints in their sweaters. So I got to keep them. So it is weird we all live the same life. Oh, oh, nothing was more depressing than to get a snag in the Coogee. Child, have mercy. Somebody hurry up and get a lighter, not a snag in the Coogee. Because you pull it and you never know where the string is going to stop pulling from. Somebody hurry up and go get a lighter. So they were irregular from the jump. They definitely were irregular because somebody forgot to put the ass on the pants. You said the Darion jeans jumpsuit was where I was pencil thin. Now I couldn't fit one leg in. Said I had the Coogee jacket and the book bag. You said like taupe stockings. Oh, child, who's still buying them brown sugar stockings? It's talking about taupe stockings. My gosh. You had to make sure you had them stockings on the way to church. Do people still buy stockings? Like in this generation, real talk, not even trying to be funny, y'all. Do people still buy stockings like, like the silk stockings that, come with the garter and okay, I see a nope. Said the church, there was church stockings. Grandma said y'all was stocking up. Yes. Said I bought the J-Lo pants. I never even thought to buy J-Lo pants. You said nor slips, so they not wearing slips or stockings no more. So my mom do. So I do in the winter. You bought some fishnets. Okay, so it's unilateral. This generation don't wear stockings. Stockings or slips. Got it. Everything is spandex and everything is waist shapers. Okay, got it. Said I do, but I'm a millennial. Said I'm not wearing none of my church dress. Austin, if you don't stop it. Said my apple bottle outfit was my favorite outfit. And I had the Vocal sweatsuit. Said no slips, no stockings, no drawers. I'm not. Said we only wore them to church. New generation don't go to church. Child, they don't even wear stockings to court. But I guess, nowadays everything is Zoom. So as long as you dress from the waist up and you don't move, you ain't going to be held in contempt of court, allegedly. Said all the pulpits is giving all your glory. Me and my second oldest sister was obsessed with baby fat. That was our thing. Says stockings are just ankle warmers around here. Not ankle warmers. Oh my God. So they go to church and the club clothes on. Lord. No, not by Miss Tina Gumbo. Now you're threatening folks. What you said? Not fainted with your tail up. Y'all are cutting up. Woo. Show me the world. Show me the world. So y'all, it's like from here on out, her sales are going to, they're going to be steady, but they're going to be dragging when it comes to work. So this is the beginning of the decline, and it you know, she's going to feel like she's going through a hate train, but this is not a hate train. Like people are they're genuinely becoming disinterested. You said y'all was wearing skin huggers. Stop it. Yeah. So she's not gonna sell what she used to, stream what she used to. It's going to be a lot harder for her to do the same type of work. Said, I know you had a Sherilyn. That was my prize jewel in my Coogee sweater. Oh my God. First of all, can they bring back the old school Sherilyn's, okay? The ones that were so heavy, you zip it up and winter could not touch you. The sheepskin, the nanny goat. I loved my damn nanny goat. I had a baby blue one. It looked like denim. They don't make coats like that no more. That coat, when I tell you, you would be like damn near basting in your juices on the way to school. You'd be so happy to get into school and unzip that coat because it held in all of the heat. Yes, bring me another nanny goat. So Ace of Wands in the strength. Yeah, they're trying to like hurry up and push and push and push so that they can keep the upper hand. This is literally by like hook or crook, anything that you can do to get to the next level. But it's not going to work the way that it used to. If this is supposed to be a distraction to, you know, keep people from not looking into legal matters, child, that ain't gonna work because everything's still coming out. Said, I'm jealous we don't have weather like that in the South. Oh, we can switch? Baby, listen, do you want the snow blower or do you want shovels? Okay, what do you want? I'll make sure that there's plenty of salt in the garage for when they decide they want to clear the street and push all the ice and the snow back up in the driveway. Yes, ma'am. We can switch. You can have it. I want the type of Christmas that look like the Bahamas on the postcard. Said I need a flamethrower. Said I will trade with you any day. Don't trade on me, you know, when it's hurricane season now, because I'm not adult enough to deal with a hurricane. I'm not ready. Outside of hurricane season, I think I'm okay. Said your body has to be built up for that northern cold, especially when that February breeze hit. Ooh, child, you better tell them. I didn't know how disrespectful winter could be, y'all, until I got bald headed. When you have below zero come and sit right here on the back of your head and every last one of your follicles decide that they want to vacate, it's a different type of cold when you get bald headed. Nobody warned me that I was going to feel like my brain cracked when I walked outside because I was used to having hair my whole life. Said you can have the snow, the ice, the black ice, and the slush. All of that. What's about to be exposed? The past. More stuff from the past is about to come out. And it's definitely going to affect their wealth and their wealth building. Said Texas has all the weather. This state is greedy. I'll still take a Texas winter before I take a Michigan winter. We can switch. I was shocked when I lived in Tennessee and winter was like 55, 60 degrees. I said, "What? This is it?" Said when you said that what came up was them lying about the drive being stolen. Mmm. Mmm. And you see how they just swept that man away? Like he just out of nowhere just pleaded guilty. It wasn't no real trial or nothing. We didn't get off into the crooks and crevices of what was going on. Okay, they're giving me some of these comments late. It says, hell no, it was an embarrassment to be seen with the base head. There we go. That's why I said, who is getting romantic and taking pictures to where the whole hood can see these pictures? For this generation, y'all, we used to have to go to like the drugstore, like, Walmart. Damn, I'm about to date myself. We used to have Perry Drugs here. Places like that, and you would have to drop your photos off and then they would develop them for you and you come back and pay for your photos. You don't know who all in the store has seen your damn photos. So you mean to tell me you're going to take your pictures to a public place that could develop your pictures, see all your pictures? Hey, Niecy Pooh. Yeah, they see all your pictures and they look into your pictures like, oh yeah, that was him. That's the basehead lover. He said the butterscotch was fire though. Said they used to have the kiosk, yep, in the counter. But once again, you don't know who all see your pictures. And y'all, back then, people used to take they little freaky nudes and all of that and drop their pictures, drop their pictures off. And you got to hope that those people didn't make copies of your pictures so that they could sit back and laugh at your pictures. You know, they had to, be honorable, allegedly, and make sure that any duplicates went to the party that ordered them. But you don't know how many duplicates they could have made. You said these kids barely wear skirts that cover their tails. It's bad. Well, I mean, why you want to cover it if you're selling it, allegedly? Whole lot easier to bend over and do what you do, allegedly. Oh, okay, you said Woolworths in New York. He said, I want to be a fly on the wall. Child, you ain't going to have to be. The fly is going to take it straight to the Associated Press. You said, and then they got strict with that. You could drop off however many copies per film strip. Yep. Here we go. King of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles. So that's husband and wife. Seven of Swords. People are going to start to call her out and call her corrupt and say she just as messed up as he is. Y'all, when they upload this to YouTube or to social media, just like the blogs, I'm running over to the comment section because I don't give a damn about rehearing music I already heard. I want to read these comments because the comment section is about to be wild. I don't know how many of y'all remember when Apple Music used to have a comment section. But you used to could go on Apple Music and you could comment on the music and give them feedback in real time. And then out of nowhere, the comment section just disappeared for all of Apple Music. Now that's interesting. It says, speaking of here and gone, we haven't heard anything on the woman that pow Rihanna's house. I don't think we ever will again. See how we just keep having all these mysteries? Ooh, ooh, oh, child, why he fly out like that? So, messages that are going to come out that are going to affect the stability for the King of Wands and Five of Swords. People are going to be like, I know you lying. Like this, these are things that are going to be said that are going to destroy his credibility. His credibility going into next year is done. Done. So Angel, back in my day, we called them clucks. They would never have been seen with them. They were the type of buyers that called the dealer nephew, and she told the whole neighborhood that that was her nephew. Now y'all see what I'm talking about. Like, this is not normal behavior when you are talking about you are a pharmaceutical rep. Like you don't want to be seen, hugged up with somebody that is supposed to be, a frequent buyer, unless this is a high profile person that is bringing you into the upper echelon. You don't take pictures with your rockheads. Now, the ones that got the powder issue where they powder their face, you'll possibly take pictures with them because they still come off as respectable. So yeah, Beyonce's comment section, child, when she drops this B-Day Reloaded, people are gonna be dragging her about all types of things. Yeah, so the wish fulfillment for them was to get out here and show, soulmates, black love, get people to invest in them, to give them money. And it feels like the anniversary is like, we're getting out here, we're showing people that we've been 20, 30 years in the game and, flexing, trying to show that their superpower is their celebrity. And it's like everything is riding on this with the Seven of Pentacles. Said that B-Day Reloaded not doing more than 80K. If it do that, it should. If it do 80K, it would definitely outdo his. What was her original numbers? Because I don't even remember the numbers for the B-Day album. Two of Wands. Yeah, they decided to invest everything in this because this is going to help, lock in their stability or help them stay with the stability. Yeah, it's like being in between jobs and picking up hustles. I said them comments on iTunes be brutal. I'll be cracking the fuck up reading them. So as soon as they saw Nicki do her release, now they want to go do it. But Nicki people genuinely support her and they're listening to her even if she's not dropping. Like, she just did 3 Billy. Okay, so it was 541K. That was amazing. Child, did she get all the way down to 80K? Child, my God. You talking about now you would take somebody with a successful album that would turn around and redrop that album to flop it. Over 500,000. And you might not even sell 10% of that this time. And see, we got to remember that right now with this investigation with the bots and streaming and things of that nature, she would have to expect her fans to actually genuinely buy and stream because they only count 5 streams per day of a song. So if they put your song on, rotation and they just keep it playing over and over again, once you get to number 5, it doesn't count anymore for that account. And they're not allowing people to run it up with VPNs. So this would solely have to be her actual fan base. And I see this is where the anxiety is coming, because Nine of Swords is next. Nine of Swords, like she's worried about what this project is going to do. Yeah, they knew they took a gamble. Two of Pentacles, a leap of faith. This may not have even been the plan to do this. This may have been like the plan B or the plan C after whatever the initial plan was didn't work. So if they were supposed to drop new music, it's like whatever's going on, they're unable to drop new music. So it's like, okay, well, what can we do to feed the masses and still get money? Ten of Swords, Four of Swords. Y'all, people are about to lay into her. They're going to say that they see her as, you know, the devil right along with him. And they're going to, you know, lay her to rest. Like, I'm no longer following you. Like, you're going to have to be a diehard Beyonce fan from this point on out. You said you'd be reading them Carter's the Fifth. Honey, I can only tell you what the messages are that come to me. And it's like this is going to be such a shock, such a surprise, because they've dominated for so long. Said, was she scared of the weight of an actual new era? I don't think that was a thing until it started to become legal issues. And it's like the legal issues are not going away. Like they're accustomed to things being handled a certain way, being able to, you know, have their people make a call or send somebody a cease and desist, and things are just wrapped up. But it's not working like that anymore, and it's like they want to hurry up and get control again of the public and how the public feels, and get the public back on their side. But it don't look like it's happening. If anything, it's like it's a burden now. Ten of Wands, like making money or making sales, but not enough for it to count, not enough for it to be breaking records. Like we're about to literally watch the decline. And it's like they feel like, okay, well, we can bounce back, you know, let's remind them of, you know, who we were, what we brought to the table, what made us great. And I don't think they get the bigger picture, is people just really don't care anymore. With the veil thinning, the allure, the glamour is also fading. And when that glamour fades, people are no longer just idly worshiping anymore. I mean, of course, you got your diehards. They gonna do whatever they feel like they got to do to be a part of the cause, but that's starting to become less and less. Yep, the Moon, Ace of Pentacles. Y'all, it's like secrets that have to do with money and their relationship. And they're basically trying to hold it together and trying to keep information from coming out. But it's like the information is going to come out like word vomit. It's going to get to the point to where it's like, damn, again, they're being exposed again. Well, what did they do this week? I thought that was the same story from last week. It's going to be a very prevalent thing that the exposure just keeps happening, just keeps coming. I don't know why I feel like I got to sneeze. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I got to go find a Kleenex. Oh my gosh. I still feel like I got to sneeze. I don't know where it's coming from. But yeah, it's like it's a harsh reality. It's a sudden reality. You sit down the powder trying to talk, Angel. Oh shit! I'm done. I believe in herbs that burn and permeate and sage things. Not they can keep that one. That is that is not for me. Oh, so I believe she can't leave. She's in too deep. I might be channeling something because I'm telling you, there's a lot of worry, there's a lot of anxiety here. Nine of Swords is sleepless nights, worrying about the outcome, how something's gonna come out, heartbreak. So, child, this looked like a flop and a belly flop. Their relationship is no longer a focal point for sales. Yes, y'all are crazy. Said the Powder talking is crazy. Said Powder said my mama is Tina and I have something to say. Woo! Oh, oh my Lord. Not my mama is Tina. Oh my Lord. Maybe if they put some of that in the gumbo, it might not have hurt so many folks allegedly. I don't know. Cause child, ooh wee. And that gumbo probably had the little fent in it. It was fent bent. Cause when I tell you it was fighting people like never before. That girl went and they took her cultures and had to send it off to the CDC. Like we ain't never seen this shit before. I like your nails. Thank you. Thanks, Lala. These were birthday nails Lala did for me. Child, 5 of Cups. Oh my gosh. It's going to be more things that are going to be said. 5 of Swords, harsh things that are going to be said about her husband. That's going to bring her even more public humiliation. People are going to go in a different direction. It's like, child, people going to be in her comment section sounded off. Like, if they even try to like drain, block the comments or turn the comment section off, or they try to overload the comment section with bots to make it look more positive, that's not going to work either. Because it's like they're going to be dragging her husband, but eventually they're going to hold her accountable. Like you sitting right over there with them, you're a demon too. 9 of Cups, 2 of Cups, the 6 of Swords, 10 of Wands. It's like they're trying to use the whole family and black love thing to help them push through a very toxic, chaotic time until they can get back established and become the superpower again. But they've got so much on their back that they can't get out of. Yeah, so we got too many social media sites for that. People are going to be on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Dragon, TikTok. Oh, you didn't know about the gumbo? The gumbo, child, the gumbo was trying to send people to see the Lord. I wish that they would not push blue in the middle of the chaos. Um, the Lion King premiere, I thought it was very distasteful that Jay came to that Lion King premiere and forced his image and his energy on his daughter's prominent moment. Sir, you have some accusations on you right now. It's smut on your rep. That needs to be dealt with before you go over here and steal this baby's thunder for this family movie and make the whole room uncomfortable because they don't know if you're a perv or not. Like, like you don't have any backbone, B. Like you just let him come and turn the daughter's moment into a PR moment for himself. And they're saying some real messy things about him. Some don't leave him around your husband, your children. You know, you go back to what he said on Monster. What he say? He R word pillaged the women and children. Why would that even come out your mouth? Why is that a bar where you talking about you're running through villages, R wording and pillaging the women and children? And you mean to tell me all those people sat in there, heard that playback, and nobody said, I think you went too damn far. Says she doesn't have a backbone. She lets him name her daughter Blue. Ooh. I had to pass out and meet the me from back in the late 90s and early 2000s. Because when I tell you we found out that baby name and said, excuse me? You mean like the chick that had a thing for him and he was supposed to be in love with her? Mm. And then they came out and said that that baby was named after the blue ivy tree in Croatia. That creepy crawly ass horror story looking tree is what you name your baby after. Mm. So she really could have named her Brooklyn. I think Brooklyn is a really cute name for a girl. Um, and it would have had nothing to do with blue. And I mean, to be, it's y'all. If you go back and you look at Blue Cantrell in the early 2000s, and you look at Beyonce's B-Day album, it's like, and I'm saying in my opinion, Beyonce morphed into the more evolved version of what Blue Cantrell was supposed to be as an artist. Like she took her look, the hair color, a lot of her music started to sound or was it felt like it was inspired by things that Blue already did, but she had a bigger platform than Blue Cantrell, so hers carried over better. Like even the blonde hair with the part in the center and the voluminous hair, that was all Blue Cantrell. Only thing she didn't take from her was the blue contacts. Just to turn around and sing Ring the Alarm. I've been through this too long, and I'll be damned if I see another chick on your arm. Child, it seemed like it was always another chick on his arm. You've been fighting for dear life the whole time with somebody that is extremely hard to look at. Yep, said Toni Braxton still want her moment and her song back. Said don't give her any ideas, Angel. It ain't gonna help sell this project, so she can take it. Said she always morphs into women he messes with. We gotta say allegedly, but child, it's feeling that way. Because every time I look at Blue, I'm like, are y'all purposely styling this girl after Aaliyah? Like, y'all got her hair colored and dipped on the ends, which looks like Aaliyah from the Try Again video. Only thing she hasn't done is the swoop over her eye, but everything else is like Aaliyah Romeo Must Die. So, I mean, it's like y'all are like walking shrines of people that he used to have, used to know, used to love. I mean, it just feels very, very. what's the proper terminology? Because it's weird. It feels like walking into a fun house and seeing all these different renditions of a person, and none of them are the actual person that you're looking at in these mirrors. But you're trying to literally give him everything that he wants by becoming whatever it is you think he wants or needs. He said we have to do better as women. Child, somebody show you they don't want you, believe them. I'm not gonna fight you to make you see me as the one you should have chose. I want you to choose me because that's what you want. I ain't getting out here hard in the paint fighting to get nobody's damn attention. For what? If you got to fight to get the attention, you got to fight to keep it. Now you got to fight all your life, and this person gonna drag you from sea to shining sea, trying to make this person care about you. And at the end of the day, how can they care about you when you don't care about you? That's why they playing with you like that. Said the people pleasing is draining, and she literally losing everything she has. Said, I got a theory. What if Jay is making her dress up like those women? She's still accepting it. You're not going to dress me like whores of past, whatever. I'm not doing it. I do not want to look at old pictures of people you used to be with and see what looks like me looking in a mirror, looking at these people. It's one thing to have a type. It's another thing to morph into whatever you think that person's type is to become that type. At this point, does she even know who she is and what she brings to the table if she's trying to assimilate everything that would make him happy? If you got to do all that, it's not you. And you can't make anybody anything. They have to organically feel that they want to be there, that they want to be with you, they want to, be involved with you, and it's not, like pulling teeth. So remember, she gave herself that terrible haircut. Ooh, child, don't bring them bangs up. It looked like, she had a hard night, and nobody wanted to talk about it the next day. It was like, so that's your real hair you did that to. So you used you took Blue's Crayola scissors. Child, that bang was here, okay? It was here, but they couldn't get it to lay down. So it looked like when the hood of your car won't stay down and you got to tie something in there to keep it down. The bang was all the way up here like a fan ponytail, but it was cut here and it was crooked. Oh my God. It just, I don't know what she was going through, but then you went outside like that so that everybody else could witness the debauchery. The Angel said, why the fuck they just posted 2 hours ago that Bay donated 1 million relief to Colombia? We had just talked about that earlier. I mean, those people do need help. They do. So I'm not going to tell her who she can help and who she can't help with her money. Those people do need help. But you got a whole situation going on here in Gary, Indiana that can't get any media coverage. Nobody cares enough about these people to put this on the news. I'm waiting to see when the White House is going to jump in and give relief and aid to this city, because it's like they keep trying to compress and condense this story. And where are the celebrities outside of Nikki that pull up to donate and don't just donate once? Like, you send people in the trenches to actually show up and talk directly to the people to see what they need. You're not sending an honorary check not knowing how that check is going to be dispersed And, the people who run the nonprofit or whatever the program is, they could take the majority of the money and just throw rice at everybody. You don't know how it's helping them. So it's kind of interesting to me that here it is once again. Dolly dies, right? You put out the announcement for you re-releasing the album, but Dolly has been a philanthropist pretty much her whole adult life. If you're from Tennessee, ever been to Tennessee, child, you or your children have received a free book every year until you turn 18 and you age out due to Dolly helping with literacy. So you mean to tell me it didn't cross your mind to say, well, I want to donate in Dolly's honor to help some of the people that she was helping so that they can keep this going? It's interesting. Like I said, I can't tell her who to donate to. That's her business, that's her money. But it seems like if this was for PR, okay, if this was for PR, you pick the most outlandish thing to donate to, even though these people do need help, they do. But there are so many things here in the vicinity of where you're from that you could have also said, you know what, I'll support that. Said, yes, my baby gets a book every month. See? So, said Act 3 ain't coming no time soon. What if Act 3 wasn't that damn good and they were afraid of another Cowboy Carter to where people push back and they wanted to be sure that they could ensure that people would be interested? I mean, we went from Act 3 to re-releasing B-Day to you preparing us to get ready for DC 3. It feels all over the place for me. Said, are they trying to build a relationship with Colombia so they can flee? Now that's an interesting damn question. Hold on. Because they can't go over there to England because y'all, they said the land you bought is called the paddy field, so you got to swim to your mailbox 9 months out the year, allegedly. Yeah, it said Act 3 was rumored to be rocked. But here's the thing, if you do rock music, what do you need? We just talked about this earlier. You do rock music, what do you need? You need soul. You need to be able to tap into a vibration. You said ain't Deseret Colombian. I believe she's an admixture of multiple Hispanic ethnicity, but I wouldn't be surprised. So yeah, that might be part of her ethnicity. I would not be surprised. You said don't swim to the mailbox. Says she can't use Prince because he ain't going at all and he's standing on spiritual business. Well, that's what he said when I tapped into his energy. He does not approve of her husband using his likeness, his image, or his energy at any type. He still don't like them over there. So she can get on that stage if she want to and try to yell out some Prince notes. Prince might actually come and do one of these and won't be able to sing for a few weeks. So it reminds me of her song Break My Soul. Um, Renaissance to me was a commercialized version of house music. It I might as well go ahead and say it because people are gonna be like, "Oh, you just hating." Um, it felt like she Pat boomed the whole entire movement of what EDM and house music is and the whole scene. It was a watered down version, in my opinion, of house music. So, for her to go and do rock, you have to emote. You need emotions. You need, soul. People need to feel, what you're singing. So, are you going to do top 40 elevator rock music? Or are you going to get down and dirty and really step into it? Because even Janet was able to give us Black Cat, and that's one of the songs she didn't whisper on. Well, I'm not surprised with the Aaliyah thing that you found, because her name means the most exalted one, which is like saying that she would be, closest to God. She would be revered. And her energy is very strong, I want to say, in this last year. Yes, it took A. Marie Ho sound video, sway damn shame. And look at what happened. It's like A. Marie brought go-go into R&B and doesn't even get credit for it. It's almost like how we look at Mary as the the queen of like hip hop soul music, but nobody wants to give Michelle credit for starting the whole genre where she's, kicking that street shit to you on what feels like, hyper produced rap type hip hop, background music. Because if you go back to what Michelle was doing in the 80s, it definitely made way for what Mary did in the 90s. And then before that, you had Shaka Khan, I Feel For You. So, Shaka Khan was very adventurous to add a rapper to her song, because that back then was considered to be, you know, um, sudden death, like rap. Like, who would put that together? And then after you got Shaka Khan, I Feel For You, and that's a hit, you get a monster hit when you get Run DMC and Aerosmith, Walk This Way. Aerosmith was on their way out. Their careers were fading, and that song brought them back. So it's like, what is she going to bring to rock that's going to feel authentic? Because rock is something like gospel. You can't fake it. You either got it or you don't. Said Janet wrote Black Cat completely solo. B can't say that for any of her songs. Ooh, child. I think you just hit her in the gut. Page of Pentacles. It's like they're trying to find anything that they can do, any work they can do that's going to manifest and amass a large amount of money. Said I love some Aerosmith. Baby, Steven Tyler's Register is something else. That man hit a high note that will literally go up your spine, and you'll be like, ooh, shit. And he's what, in his 70s now, and he can still hit that high note. I always had an idea, y'all, because I used to write a lot of music. I had something that I put together some years ago, and it was literally in Steven Tyler's Register, but I could hear Lenny Kravitz playing the guitar. Now imagine that. Lenny Kravitz coming with that rock and that funk, and then you got Steven Tyler doing riffs over Lenny Kravitz. Like, that would be nuts. But like, if she's gonna try to sing that kind of music, child, that's not going. I don't know what she's gonna do. Maybe she's gonna try to smoke some cigarettes or something to give her voice a little grit. I don't know what she's gonna do, but baby, if she think the country people toe that ass up, wait till she get rock. And you want to hear something funny? We just talked about her, assuming people's identities that were closer to Jay. Blue Cantrell could sing rock. I mean, like rock and roll, heavy metal rock. So maybe she should try something like Benatar. Oh, like Heartbreaker. Yeah, Heartbreaker, Dream Taker. Pat Benatar was the shit too back then. Said Miley might need to give her some lessons. But no, Miley, run, child, run. Don't you do that. Speaking of Miley, um, I want to tap into what made her make this album release announcement on the day that Dolly's death was announced. Y'all, I feel like the biggest problem with Blue Cantrell as an artist is that she didn't have the right team to write for her. It just gave off that, they tried to take that synthesized, overly produced sound and use it for her. And it doesn't work for somebody like her because an artist like that needs to work with someone that knows how to do an actual composition, someone that can write out a score. She needs someone that knows how to play actual instruments, not just a beat maker. So I don't feel like they had the right team for Blue because that Till I'm Gone song, child. Now if you were on Twitch, I want to say last Friday, I played Till I'm Gone so that people could get, an idea of Blue just cutting loose singing. Y'all, Till I'm Gone was a freestyle. They played the instrumental and they asked her, why don't you go in there and see what you can do with it? And she sang that whole song as a freestyle in one cut. That's how you got Till I'm Gone. So imagine what she was feeling when she was emoting singing that song. And she's telling this person, you won't love me till I'm long gone. And I even played y'all what the answer was to that song to compete with Blue. And I don't think anybody knew it was a competition. But next thing you know, Beyonce drops that Dangerously in Love. And that was her song where, it's like, oh, she's belting this out. This sounds like, she's heavy in her emotions. You could feel where she's coming from in this song. But Till I'm Gone never got the push. And that was one of Blue Cantrell's best vocal performance to me, hands down. Like, we know her from Hit 'Em Up style, but that song, child, whoever she was singing to, she meant that with her soul. Let's see, what deck am I about to use? Miley. Ooh. Hand and my wrist itching. Come on now. Says still listening to it in 2026. I'm telling y'all, like, when that woman gets to singing, and I love the way that she built the dynamics to the song, because she had pianissimo, double pianissimo. She takes it up to grand crescendos, and it just gets to a point to where she literally takes you to church when she's, to the point to where she's telling you, it's it. This is it. I found somebody else. And it felt like if that wasn't a real situation, she need to tell somebody it is, because that you could feel the woman being fed up with whoever it was that she finally left behind. You said that's sad. I hope she comes back out one day. If I'm not mistaken, she's living over in Germany, and she's a part of the German music scene. So I hope that she finally gets her day in the sun to shine, because she was an amazing artist. She really was. great vocal talent. Why did you drop this album release advertisement the day that Dolly passed away? Why would you do that? Mm-mm. Okay, so face down. What's being hidden about this? Because I can tell that it's tension. Um, she may have pissed off both her parents with this as well. Page of Cups talks about being sorry. Six of Cups talks about energy from the past. And Ten of Cups, family. So it looks like what she's going to try to do is tie in her relationship with Dolly and the things that she's been through with her family into this album, or that's what she may have been intending on doing. But it's like people want her to apologize because it's like it hasn't been enough time. Six of Cups, the past. Like, we can't even consider this to be the past. Like, you got a lot of people that are upset that love Dolly like Dolly was their family. So this is definitely rubbing a lot of the fans the wrong way. I think what she should have done is put out a tribute to Dolly. Like, I would have recorded myself, singing Jolene with, like, just like a little vignette of showing, like, me and her throughout the years as I grew up. And that, people would have took that as a tribute. And then somewhere down the line, like maybe closer to like fall, you could say how you're inspired to put out something because she helped to shape who you are today as a woman, as an artist, and it would have come out a whole lot better. But child, when I tell you people are angry, Queen of Cups. So intuitively, people are all up in their head. Queen of Cups to the Eight of Swords. People don't know what to think. They feel very, very slighted. Page of Swords. A lot of people are looking at the messages that she put out. The Fool. It's like, why would you put this out right now? It definitely looks like, people are accusing her of being either gluttonous or, this is foolish. Why would you do that? Said I saw on X that she's always been fascinated by that August 25th date. In an interview, like she said, a lot of things happened on that date throughout her life, but the timing for this was not right. Child, a lot of celebrities have passed away on the 25th period. Big names at that. So even if that's not what she meant, it's going to always be a part of her brand where people are going to be questioning, like, did you sacrifice her? Like, she's going to wish that she hadn't have done it this way for years to come. Yep, the Tower. This is definitely going to, destroy her brand. Page of Pentacles. New opportunities, new album coming out. Like, people are going to feel some type of way. So she might as well get accustomed to people not liking her and give that rebel mentality, because that's the only thing that's going to pull her out of this, because people are really in a really hurt emotional space. Like, Dolly has been a part of generations in families. Like, even if you don't listen to country music, you some Miss Dolly Parton, okay? Like, Dolly Parton, Reba McEntire. I'm trying to think of what's the guy named Travis something. It'll come to me. He used to do all the Folger commercials. Like, it was certain people that were staples. You knew when you heard those names, like, that is royalty. Yeah, the devil, Seven of Swords. People don't trust her anymore. They look at her as toxic. Don't be surprised if you start seeing more people do documentaries stating that, she made a deal with the devil or they don't trust her. Tim McGraw, Faith Hill, absolute. Randy Travis, thank you. That's his name. Randy Travis. Kenny Rogers for sure. Because Randy Travis used to be on those Folger commercials when I was growing up. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. And he had that real deep, velvety southern drawl when he sang. Haven't seen him in years. What'd you say? Glenn Close. Yeah, Willie Nelson for sure. Still Magnolias. Loved her and Still Magnolias. Yeah, I love some Kenny. Said he taught me country singing every morning. Where is he? Because I'm telling you, that damn Folgers commercial, that commercial would come on right along with Right Side of the Mountain. Him telling you get your cup of coffee and them telling you who the hell left the gate open. Four of Pentacles. She's very stubborn and stuck in her ways. The Hermit. And this is going to make people ghost her or separate from her because she's hell bent on trying to prove a point, or I don't know what the hell this is she got in her head, but it's detrimental to her brand and anything that she's trying to do. The World. This is going to close out some cycles, and it's like end opportunities that were like wish fulfillments, things that she always dreamed of, different collaborations. It's putting such a sour taste in people's mouths. You're gonna see pushback from old school country. So didn't Miley say Bay gave her some and she always kept it by her side? Gave her some what? Oh, said he's sickly. Hold on, he's sickly. Randy Travis, something like a debilitating stroke. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No wonder we haven't seen him out. Said my favorite stories that I would listen to as a child: the little dog and the Doberman, and the barking and the loose gate. You said that's what I heard. I'm trying to understand what you heard because I'm confused. Like, gave her some, or gave her some of something. Like, you got to elaborate on that one because that seems open ended and crazy. No matter how you look at it. Yeah, definitely. God bless Randy. I didn't know he had been sick. You said not love. Said Randy on tour. Is he? I haven't seen him in years. So I hope he's doing well. Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, this is going to definitely close out chapters and cycles for her working. Tiff, I'm not playing with you. Eight of Wands and the Four of Wands. It's like she's trying to hurry up and establish herself as the successor. The replacement said he's coming here to Austin on October 4th. Well, that's good if he's back out to working. That's what's up. Yeah, Two of Wands. Y'all, it's like she's trying to hurry up and dominate, make sure that it's known that she's the new Dolly. But this backfired. People are looking at her like, what the hell is wrong with you? I don't even think this was something that she need to worry about establishing because, child, well, nobody gonna give this to Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is the new pop girl. She's not considered a country icon. I'm kind of confused with her logic on this one. Like, Dolly was your godmother, so it's kind of like the torch was already going to be assumed to be passed to you. You said you're not understanding when when this era trying to conquer and stamp country, and now she's moving on. What are we doing? I don't even think it matters what we're doing at this point, because whatever we're doing, it feels like everything is off the cuff now. It's like whatever the plans were before, you just got to do whatever you got to do, until help comes. This is giving me the energy of, well, it's a power outage. We do whatever we can to keep the lights on and survive until they cut the power back on. That's what this is giving me. It's like nothing is thought out or anticipated the way that it used to be. It's giving the energy of throw stuff against the wall and see what sticks. And not much is sticking right now. So let's get Miley out the way. We're going to do a quick tap in on Jay-Z to see what Super Bowl would look like if he was to actually perform this next Super Bowl, 2027. Interesting enough, the numerology on that, 27 reduces to 9. The 2 from the 2000 would make that 11. So, child, this is all giving master numbers type energy, and I think they're trying to use the energy of the cosmos, numerology, all these things to manifest. But they've got to understand that when your time is up, it doesn't matter what you try to manipulate with the numbers. It's going to be what it's going to be. So I was talking about Hannah, I got you. She's delusional. Girl, stop. Okay, I'm confused. What the hell is going on? Said, and the light is coming to get back everything the darkness stole, in my Ari voice. Said, Bay was testing the water, seeing if they would break into country because they wanted country music bad. Also, we got to remember that if I know that country is going to go #1 globally, that means they know. So she could have been thinking that she was going to switch over, and if it organically worked, then she could get that country bag, just like that pop bag, just like that R&B bag. But child, country said, if you don't move your ass. Yeah, Frosty. Said, Angel, did you see the dude that snitched on Dirk that said he was trying to rob Tory? That's the first I'm hearing about that. I don't even know how to process that. Said, I never heard Lemonade. Her music is so mediocre. Um, I think it was cute for what it was worth, but you did a divorce album and didn't do a divorce. So it was like, to me, it was like, at the end of the day, what's the point? You said, yes, Axe said it. It was on the transcript. It's so many cases right now, I can't keep up. At one point in time, I had transcripts being emailed to me all the time. Like, I had everybody transcripts. Now it's so many people that's on the docket. It's like I don't even know if I have enough space to accept transcripts at this time. Said, yeah, he wanted to rob one of Tory's artists, not him. Wow. Well, which artist was it? Because the most popular artist was Mariah the Scientist. Oh yeah, it's definitely much more coming out, Amanda. This is literally the beginning. This, when I tell you, it's about to be. how do I say this? It's about to be taxing to hear everything that's coming out. It's going to be to the point where it's just like, oh my gosh, like why in the world? Said came out pregnant with twins. Said right. Remember when Drake said Drake and Kenny was battling. People said it seemed like Drake was trying to move to country because he was saying rap was dead. Rap is on life support. It's sliding all the way down to possibly the number 4 or number 5 spot. Um, the landscape is definitely about to change, and it's about to change in a way to where a lot of these people are not going to know what to do. You said not her, not Mariah. I figured it wasn't Mariah because, Young Thug loved to talk a whole lot. We would have known about that way sooner. Child, the things that people just telling at this point, the snitch Olympics are real because they snitching on stuff that don't even make sense no more. It's like, why the hell was that even a point of contingency? Like, how did we even get here? You snitching until you telling unnecessary stuff. Oh, we sugar cane, woo, you gonna have somebody salty with that one. Said none of it is real. Robot has been stealing music and choreo from other artists for years. All fake. We'll have to say allegedly, but I've definitely heard rumors. Said Drake is like Nicki. They're both very versatile and can adapt to any type of music. Would you say not making an album about divorce and not divorcing? That's what it felt like to me. So he was telling everything while admitting how Dirk did him, what Dirk did for him. Wow. Keep telling y'all street code is dead. You be waiting for people to keep the G code. You're going to be waiting, waiting, waiting. How will people perceive Jay-Z doing Super Bowl? I don't know why. I just instantly got tired. That made me sleepy right quick. Is that how people will be at Super Bowl? He performing in they sleep? That was weird. Five of Swords. Y'all, they ain't gonna have nothing good to say. They're gonna look at, okay, well, it looked like he spent a lot of money, overly produced, but people are gonna tear it to shreds. Welcome to the new America. Queen of Cups. He may try to lean on bringing Riri out, but Eight of Cups, y'all, it's like certain people are gonna look at it and be like, nah, I'm busy, I'll be scratching my ass. I'll have to get back to you. Have your people call my people, and next thing you know, you tell your people change the number. Knight of Swords. There definitely will be plenty of people talking. Um, you got the Chariot here, and this is like full steam ahead. He's like, I'm going to do this. Nobody can stop me. And it's like everything is riding on this. Seven of Pentacles. Like this has to work out. They could possibly, even use this as an opportunity to try to dry launch Blue Ivy. Well, you've been performing with your mom. Now you can say you're the youngest person to perform at Super Bowl as an artist. Like, child, they're about to take this whole situation to try to get as much good PR for the family as they can get. But I see a lot of controversial things that are going to be said about them around this time. It's like if he does perform Super Bowl, it's like, you're going to see advertisers, all types of people like, I don't really want to invest in this show. Not I'll be switching over to the Puppy Bowl. I said, do unto others as you'll have them do unto you comes to mind. They're just reaping what they sowed. Many other unsuspecting peoples. Mm-mm. Yeah, Knight of Wands and the Lust. Y'all, we're going to get more coming out in the near future about, we'll say, carnal improprieties, okay? More scandalous things being said about him, his love life, people that he slept with. Like, if they thought they made it through the worst this year, this was only a warm-up. This is literally only a warm-up. Yeah, we're going to find out some harsh truths. Prince of Cups. Y'all, it's like he's made some really big important enemies, some wealthy important enemies. So you did say that 2027 is going to be crazy for the Carters. It definitely is, and I don't see Joanne being able to, make it through the mental gymnastics that it's going to take to be able to go through, this type of scrutiny. It seems like she's going to have a really tough time wrapping her mind around them being dragged and all this stuff coming out. It's definitely going to be affecting her. Ten of Pentacles, the Sun. Y'all, something about their money is about to be exposed, or something that they may have agreed to or are doing for money. So, y'all, artists don't get paid to do the Super Bowl, but it's like advertisement, and you go down in history that you just can't afford. It's like one of the biggest broadcast moments of the year globally. And depending on who the sponsors are, the sponsors pay for, the show to be put on, but the artists themselves don't get paid. So it's like the more people learn about them, the less they want to invest in them, the more they, once again, have to invest their own money. He said, I'm getting pearls just for clutching in 2027. Honey, you might need a couple pair. Yeah, and here it is. It's like it looks very dicey when it comes to the sponsors and the owners, the emperor. It looks very, very dicey. So it's like 50-50. You got a group of them was like, no, we don't want him on the stage at all. Because if I'm not mistaken, they were trying to say he was going to perform last year, and then they had to hurry up and get Bad Bunny at the last second, because I think this was the same thing. It was pushback from the owners. Queen of Pentacles. So he might try to sweeten the pot and have his wife come out and perform with him for Super Bowl. So this is back to him leaning and relying on the women in his life to save his show. So this goes back to the point that I made earlier. Did he do these whole Jay-Z and Friends concerts to drum up the support, to make them think that he, could handle doing a Super Bowl crowd? So you say his music isn't family friendly. Well, they definitely better not do that Morning Dew Dunk song, because people just simmered down from him saying that's his bitch, and they like, wait a minute now, this is a grown ass woman. It's your wife. While we still talking like that? So, after the last year, he still got people pissed at him for bringing Bad Baby, and allowing him to sing obscenities in Spanish. So Nine of Swords, there's lots of anxiety, lots of worry about who will accompany him, who will work with him, because yeah, I don't feel like the owners, the people that are over this, feel like he can carry this show by himself. And I mean, if he do run this town, can he do that without Kanye signing off on the rights? Like, this is like he would have to make amends with Kanye and to see if he can bring him out. It's like it depends on the friends that come out to perform the outcome of the show. I don't see Kanye. He's heavily relying on Rihanna, hoping that she could possibly pop up. Definitely, his wife is a no-brainer. Said half of America speaks Spanish, and you didn't think they would know the words. Insanity. Child, even if you don't speak Spanish, most of us learn bad words in several languages. So we may not know, how to actually communicate in that language, but we know enough insults and dirty words to be like, hey, wait a minute. What did he say? Run that back. Said Ye is supposed to have a concert in Louisiana sometime soon. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, that y'all. I don't know why is me and this back thing are at war. I keep sliding down off of it. So yeah, Four of Wands. It's like he's very greedy with trying to make sure that he has stability, but they're looking at this like this might be a conflict in interest, especially with all the legal stuff that people are being accused of. Um, and see his court cases, they're trying to shoot for all of the trials, the court cases, to be anywhere between March and June. That way it does not affect what's going on with the NFL, their money, their sponsorship. Anything hits afterwards is not their concern. Well, that was a bad idea because stuff gonna hit all the way through and then it's really gonna hit afterwards. I don't know if y'all saw, I think it was the 49ers, if I'm not mistaken. The owner just got caught up in some kind of like traffic scandal. They claim they found him down to the trailer park. It's like, what were you doing in the trailer park getting caught up in traffic? What's going on here? Talking about taking it back to the hood. Yeah, Two of Cups. Yeah, y'all. This is like he's gonna try to string together every favor that he could ever possibly string together to have like a star-studded affair. And it's like his way of showing how he's weaved into the tapestry of the culture because you got hits with this one and hits with that one. Would you say 150 down here? It's like you're a millionaire. Said the hood where he could sell candy in. Said he wanted to get it on sale. Child, that was a super sale. You said to paraphrase the word candy. Said, whoa. So, baby, the fact that the place that you got picked up out of all places is the trailer park. Like you would think if this man is an owner of an NFL league, like a company rather, a team, You would think that he'd be caught in some kind of high-end Heidi Fleiss type scandal. Like, you took it all the way back to the hood. Like, who child? Ain't no telling what type of fun he had, how his money stretched down there. So yeah, they're definitely going to try to put a lot on love, the relationship. Y'all, they are very, very desperate to control the narrative of how they're seen. You said the trailer park boppers, baby. When I say the bops that have never bopped like the bopping was bopped when he got caught. He was down there with Tiffany Lynn and them. And everybody know Tiffany Lynn in the trailer park is like the equation of Sharkeisha in the hood. Tiffany Lynn play no games. Ask a white man who is Tiffany Lynn. You're going to see fear in his eyes. Like, oh, Lord, who told you about Tiffany Lynn? So he ain't got no worries about Easy or Tiffany. About Easy or Tiffany. Yes. Listen, Tiffany Lynn is a problem. I don't care what damn trailer park you go to. She is a problem. She gonna pull up in her Thunderbird, her IROC, or her Camaro, and she gonna pop out and she gonna tag a bitch right there in the middle of the street. And it's probably over her man at that. And after you get some iodine put on your ass, a bag of peas, you know, you gonna go to sleep and he gonna sneak out and be like, Tiffany, why you beat her up like that? Because he's still gonna go back and see Tiffany Lynn, no matter how toxic she is, even with you with Band-Aids and iodine all across your ass, he's still gonna go over there and see Tiffany Lynn. Because now he turned on because she beat the shit out of you and he didn't know she was that crazy. He's turned on and scared at the same time. Said my mom used to drive a Thunderbird with 5 kids. We used to be like, man, can we at least get our own seats? That was a cozy backseat, I tell you that much. Yeah, Knight of Cups. Yeah, he's waiting for offers. Who's going to come out and invest in doing this show with him? But y'all, it seems like it's going to be harder for him to get people involved than he expected. Say Tiffany Lynn may or may not have removable teeth. Well, it depends on how old Tiffany is. You know, she in her 40s, she might not need the teeth for what she do. Yeah, the death card, Knight of Wands. Yeah, they're trying to transition out of something image-wise that does not look clean in the milk. And it looks like, you know, back in his Playboy days, folks he done slept with, rumors of folks he slept with. This is going to make it really hard for him to maneuver because it's like they're trying to shed the old image and create a new one. And in the midst of that, Ace of Swords, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth comes out. So this whole we're on a higher vibe and we're, you know, the new Carters and we're just like you. We're humanitarians and all of that. Child, it's not gonna work. It's like people are going to make it their job to go and research the things that they say or what they're involved in. And you're going to see people do content on, yeah, remember when they donated such and such to so-and-so? Well, it looks like that's an alleged shell company. We looked up the nonprofit that was supposed to be setting up houses and tents. And it was one damn tent, and only the people that worked for the company was sitting under the tent drinking beer. We got eyes on the ground that took 6 weeks worth of footage and nobody got helped. Like, don't be surprised if you start to see things like that. Like, Yeah, Five of Wands. Yeah, they're going to try to fight whatever this truth is that's coming out. Um, I'm going to turn this around, but eons in reverse. It's like that's new. That's not even a thing. You know, they're just trying to say that because of this, and this. And then boom, the other shoe drops, and it's something that got to do with money. What is this with the money? Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, this is like they're trying to ease people's minds. The Eight of Swords in reverse, the Lovers in reverse. Like people are not buying it, and it's like we need to change this narrative, get people talking about something different, because child folks are looking at them like y'all might be going to jail. It's like no, 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 we're not going to jail. It's like well, whatever you doing, it don't feel right. It don't feel right. I mean, I could see why they never thought that they would ever see the day that this would be a thing. Four of Swords. Yeah, it's like the energy with even saying that he's going to perform. It's very lackluster. It's not giving the type of response that they thought it was going to get. High Priestess. People are more worried about what secrets they got coming out versus them performing. Prince of Swords. Y'all, we got another message. Something else was about to come out about Bay between now and the beginning of the year. So, y'all, they just going to keep on and keep on and keep on exposing them. And this is going to go on for a while. Knight of Pentacles. Said, yeah, that Rico Suave about to go crazy. Oh, it's going to be several, allegedly. So they're worried about how they're going to move on and keep their image up to maintain this fortune. But give me three last cards. What's to come? Okay, that's two face down. Princess of Cups. Queen of Wands. Eight of Pentacles, the bottom of the deck. Y'all, they may try behind the scenes to try to work something out with Nikki without the public knowing about it. Like trying to wave the white flag, send her some kind of peace offering. Damn. Two of Swords. Is not going to be accepted. It's not going to be accepted. So if they try to turn the situation around with Nikki so that it's like, if we can't beat you, we'll join you. Let's bury the hatchet. Let's be adults about this, and we can work this out type energy. It's not going to work. Whatever ditch you dug for her, get ready to jump in it. But, if you hear any rumors about that, then just know it's out of desperation. It's literally out of desperation. It's not something that he would normally choose to do. This isn't somebody who likes to apologize. This isn't somebody who likes to be fair. They like things to go the way that it's best for them. So, all things said are alleged and for entertainment purposes only. But if you start to see what looks like them softening up towards Nikki, it's because they're afraid of whatever the belts to ass that can come out of this and whatever it is she can say. Now, our last thing of the night, and then I'm going to go ahead and call it. Drake doing a collab with Cardi. Now, I decided to tap into this, and where I'm going with this is a little different than what people might expect. If you've watched me for a while, you know I'm a thinker. I like to look at the full picture. I like to look at the overall energy to why someone would even think to do something like that. So My question is Cardi being gullible? Is this a bad move for Cardi? Because you got to think about when it's all said and done, Cardi's not charting the way she used to. So Drake doesn't need, nor does he have to do a song with Cardi to make a hot song. He just dropped 3 albums pretty much together, put out video treatments and everything, and did pretty well. So working with her is not something he has to do, especially when her songs are not able to stay in the top 30 as of recently. So it's like, what is the angle with Drake? Is this playing chess? Is she setting herself up for a downfall because she's thirsty for the cosign? Or, is he being, the type that he's always been, the trick, allegedly? What are you saying? I'm lost. Y'all take fake news and turn it into real news. Baby, you ain't got to be lost. You ain't got to be lost at all. This show is to look into things that are allegedly going on in pop culture and to see what we find. That is the whole premise of this show. That means you're new to me. So welcome to the chat, but you don't have to be lost. The show is called Allegedly Wednesdays because everything we look into is alleged. We don't know if it's true or not. We look into it to see the energy we can find. So how can you be lost on a show that talks about all things said are alleged and for entertainment purposes? So let's see. What are we going to tap into? What deck am I going to use? Let's see. What would be the reason for Drake actually working with Cardi? Why would he want to work with Cardi at this stage in her career? You said you're so graceful, Angel. I would have dragged, but that's bot no shade. I have my moments. Don't give me too much credit. I just did feel like today was that moment. I didn't feel like this was that moment. I think it's fine. You made it all the way to the show, to the very last subject, and just found out you were confused. It's okay. All right, now let's see what's allegedly going on with this energy behind the reports of Drake possibly working with, would you say, said, I'm not a bot, been following you for years and paying on YouTube. Well, I don't remember seeing you in my membership, but hey, boo, hey. That's, if you've been following me for years, then you should definitely understand the premise of this show. Alrighty, why would he want to allegedly work with Cardi? What is Drake's angle? Oh, you said I don't see no star, but paying what? Child, now see you, Tiff. Tiff, now wait a minute now. Don't make me have to pull out the step stool, because are we reaching? If I get on the step stool, Will I find some clues when I reach up into the point? Because, child, you definitely said something with that one. Oh my gosh. Now see, I was not gonna go there. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Tiff just came through with that boss man D-Lo. It's a motion party. You cannot get in. You said, oh, I guess they pay on their backup account. Well, wherever they are, bless you. Thank you. He said, I told y'all stop bringing people to the cookout. Granny told y'all no company. Well, you come to membership, welcome back. Either way, let's tap in, y'all. Oh Lord, why would he work with Cardi? Why would he work with Cardi? Um, y'all, it seems like this is still up in the air because you got the Two of Pentacles, which talks about juggling with the idea, or it's not etched in stone yet. It's a 50-50 chance that this can happen. Some decisions still, need to be made. So it doesn't feel like this is completed, but it is something that could be actually on the table. Drake is something else, because right here you got the Three of Pentacles, which talks about working together. The King of Pentacles, we know he got that bag. He definitely got that bag. And then Four of Cups. This talks about rejection. So I'm reading your comment and I'm looking at how you constructed this. And I find the ending of it to be interesting because I've been telling people about her because I believe in her cards. I'm a fan for real, for real. Well, baby, if you've been around me for a long time, you know that the gift is not the cards. The cards are just a tool. But I thank you for the support. What I do a lot of times, I give you information that you're not going to find in the cards. The cards are just a tool to give a reference for people to look at because it's like confirmation and reconfirmation. So when you see it in the cards, it's literally like me being able to tell you and show you. And that's why people feel like seeing is believing, because they get to see the orchestration in the cards. But if you ever get a reading with me, especially if I go off into tapping into, things as far as like, as a medium, and I put these cards down, it gets real deep. Like I can tell you things that you will never, and I mean never, find in these cards, down to body odor, what the person ate, what their addictions are. Are they currently under the influence? Because I could feel it as I channel them. So it's the cards are just a tool. But once again, thank you for the support. Especially if I start channeling music through your reading. I start channeling music, we about to cut up. You got the Nine of Wands here to the Lovers, which means that there's a lot going on behind the scenes to even try to make this a thing. I feel like it may have been mentioned in the past and it just didn't happen. The time wasn't right, the energy wasn't right. And, you know, Drake is a character, okay? And I'm saying that in, you know, the context of you have to remember that he was an actor before he was a rapper. So he knows how to play his position. He knows how to play his role. And this is where I think she's misunderstanding the energy between her and Drake, because Drake always is playing his position. He plays his role in every situation he's in. Oh, thank you, Frosty. Said every reading she's done, it's all come true, or was true angel spot on because she works for God, not the cards. I appreciate that. I'm just a conduit, but yeah, the cards are, they're just a tool. You can give me some Uno cards, you can give me some poker cards, child, you can give me practically anything that you can look at. I'll read a candle. We sit here long enough, I will sit there and read that candle and tell you what that candle is showing me. Said right, Drake was on Degrassi and it was an actor. Never forget that boy knows his craft, because Jimmy had us all shook, especially when he became wheelchair Jimmy. So Six of Pentacles, this talks about knowing that, you know, he's got, you know, that bag, he's got that money, and it's like following your intuition and getting to the money. I don't think Cardi really follows intuition. She more so follows money. And then on the back end, it's like, you know, we'll divide everything as we need to. Well, the God that I work with is the Most High. So I don't know about nobody else, but I work through the Most High, and he don't miss, baby. If there's ever a mistake, it will be on me and not the Most High. You got the Judgment card here in the Hermit. And this right here shows me that depending on the feedback, he could completely ghost the idea, but due to the Judgment. Why would he ghost the idea due to the Judgment? Because he's looking for what's going to manifest and what's going to chart. Ace of Pentacles. So, yeah, this is crazy, because it feels like Carisha right now at this moment would have a better chart of, a better chance rather, of charting with Drake than Cardi does. It's like he's watching, he's paying attention to where her current music is going. Does he actually genuinely want to work with her, or is this like for an ulterior motive? I'm literally hearing in my head ulterior motive. And he don't want to talk about this ulterior motive. Five of Pentacles and the Princess of Pentacles. Y'all, this feels more like she's the one that wants to work with him. Like she may be trying to get that idea to him that they would be great working together. I don't feel like this is anything organically that he's come up with. This feels more so like, you know, and I know she's put out videos, you know, on social media, out at the bar, at the club, with his music playing. Was that She Bangs? But this doesn't look like anything that he was genuinely interested in. It was like, oh, okay, well, that'd be an idea. Yeah, and here it is. She gets defensive when people say this. I feel like people have said this to her in her chat, but she wants to go on with it because of what it would mean for her and her career. Show me his ulterior motive, if there is any. The Death card and the Two of Swords. Y'all, there's something that he's trying to bring an end to, and he wants total annihilation. Why would it be important to talk to her to end something? Because this feels information based. Um, Knight of Wands, Seven of Swords. Knight of Wands and Seven of Swords. To my people that read tarot, what do you get out of that? Knight of Wands and Seven of Swords. Aja. And it's like whenever he gets what he wants, he's in and out like a thief in the night. Ooh, child. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ace of Wands, Two of Cups. Y'all, wait a minute. Like, he's like a cat playing with a ball of yarn. This is someone that's very tactical, very strategic. Ooh, child. I think she totally is underestimating him and the way that he thinks. Nine of Wands, the Lovers, Two of Swords, the Hierophant. This is definitely chess, not checkers, because the Hierophant represents powerful people and it also represents court and law enforcement. So he may be trying to get information that could help him in situations that have to do with legal matters, allegedly. Ooh, love De Niro, if that's the case, and I just pulled that energy from earlier. Oh my God. Yeah, she don't need to go back and forth with that girl at all. Because what she could say to her and about her, oh my goodness. Six of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles. Yeah, and Six of Pentacles to the Four of Swords talks about, willing to spend money or, spread around resources to help bring something to a rest. But here it is. It's like he looks at whatever her contribution to be as something that's small. It's like, okay, whatever. I give you something to get something. Because it feels like the bigger picture is what he gets out of it on the back end. Yep. So King of Swords, definitely, if this was an Oracle deck, this would be the icy person out of the deck. So this would be Iceman, okay? Judgment here. Y'all, it's like he's checking her temperature to see what she knows about something that can help him legally. Seven of Swords, being very strategic, sneaky. Uh, oh my God. Yeah, the Magician, the Ten of Cups, and the Empress. Child. It's like what she's trying to manifest out of this situation, she's not going to get. Because Five of Pentacles is like feeling used, feeling lost, feeling depleted, ending up with nothing at all. This is like even recording a song with you and, it doesn't drop. It's Five of Pentacles, Five of Pentacles, Five of Pentacles, Eight of Cups. Yeah, she's going to walk away from this situation with nothing. He'll probably allow her to like party with him, kick it with him, get the social media buzz, but nothing's going to really amount from this. Nothing that she wants. Seven of Wands. What is she defensive about? So she's she's going in and she's defensive about investing into this because this could be really huge for her. But Five of Swords, it feels like conflict in communication. Something here is not what it is or what it is expected to be. This is like hanging on a string waiting for something to manifest, and it kind of like opportunity could dry up and transition. Like I was gonna go in that direction, but I think I'm gonna do something else. It's it's given the energy of like he's someone that will push buttons, like will test you to see where your limit is. And I think that the way he does it is in the most passive aggressive way, so you look triggered. Child, show me the Death card. So this talks about contract negotiations, agreements, and payments, moving forward swiftly and professionally. Um, if I was Cardi, I wouldn't bank too much on this opportunity. I would let whatever's going to happen occur. I wouldn't speak on it. I would let him be the one to, do the drop, to put the information out, because it just feels, the energy with him feels wishy-washy. Like it's almost like a love bomber. He can come on very strong and then he gets bored and he's done. Will they actually do the song together? Will they actually do the song together? Temperance, balance through a new beginning, and heartbreak. So if she's looking for this to actually level her up, especially for the next project, I don't see this doing that for her. It's not going to help to get her on the level that she needs to be on for, her to get back into that energy she was in once before. The Moon and the Tower. Yeah, this child, she's not looking at the bigger picture at all. It's almost like she's like starstruck to a certain extent, and she's not asking the right questions. And really, y'all, seriously, no matter how dysfunctional we look at the relationship between Drake and Nicki, dysfunctional family is still dysfunctional family. And for that very reason, if I was Cardi, I wouldn't even want this collab. Oop, you said Drake does have a thing for married women. Now that I think about it, said Drake's gonna have her bouncing off the walls. Said it sounds just like a guy that will buy your mama a house on 20 verses 1. 1 versus 20. Yeah, so this represents the Libra, the Justice, and it's like she's gun ho to jump off into this. Like, this is one of the best things since sliced bread. But I don't think she understands or knows what she's getting into. 6 of Cups. Something from her past is going to pop up and prevent her from moving forward the way she wants to. Give me last few cards on Drake. Yeah, this is the truth coming out in a full betrayal. And see, this is why I'm saying that Drake is strategic. Like, he's on a fishing expedition. That's what this feels like. Five of Cups leads to shame, humiliation, and regret. Something she thought was going to bring stability, shame, humiliation, and regret. Four of Pentacles, but she's stubborn, and you know she's gonna keep going because it's like this is expanding her options, but it's gonna leave her in confusion and upset and just like, well, like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Nine of Pentacles. Y'all, it feels one-sided. It feels like she's the one that's pushing this narrative, and he's like, oh, okay, that sounds dope. But it doesn't feel genuine on his side. It just feels like something to do. It doesn't feel like anything that he's been, you know, just dying to do for the longest. It's like, oh, okay, she want to work with me. She on my shit. Okay. It's kind of weird, y'all, because she's been in the game long enough to where he shouldn't be able to pull her in and get information out of her so easy. But she loves to talk, and it looks like she's about to talk herself into some kind of interesting circle. And when he gets what he wants, he gonna be in the win. So my best advice to her is keep your mouth shut. Don't tell him nothing you don't need to tell him, and make him put that song out and promote it, and then you piggyback him. Because right now it looks like nothing's etched in stone, and it looks like she's the one who keeps pushing the narrative, pushing the idea, and it just boosts his ego. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and end it here. Thank you for joining me for Allegedly Wednesdays, where all things said are alleged and for entertainment purposes only. If you'd like to book a reading with me, please email me at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. 30-minute readings are $44, an hour is $88, an ancestral reading is $111, and criminal aid reading is $250. I don't know what happens with her in men. It's like there's a switch that shuts off, and she just stops thinking. She becomes enamored, and she gets into the same situation over and over and over again. Oh, thank you, Christina Angels. Yeah, you would think after a while that she wouldn't keep being in these situations, but it's rinse, wash, repeat. It's her all over again. Like, you just had the Maduka fiasco. Child, where is Maduka? Like, his baby mama said she was gonna sue you, and we ain't seen him since. Um, okay, you're not going back to your husband. Child, they got rumors that your new baby daddy got two new babies on the way. It's like you might need to take a break from relationships for a little bit. I ain't gonna say break from men, cause she like allegedly women and men. Just take breaks from relationships, cause it seems like everybody that she gets in that energy with is falling apart faster and faster and faster. And it doesn't matter how much money you have, how much surgery you have, how you look. When somebody knows that you're insecure and they can use it against you, they do. And they usually push it to the limit to see how much you'll do, how far you'll go to please them. If you got to go through hoops and hurdles to please somebody, that person don't want you, don't like you, don't respect you. Men like what they put work in for. They like what they have to earn. Child. Looks like Drake is smarter than the average. That's all I can say. He's smarter than the average. And she's gonna definitely sit up and talk and talk and talk until he gets the piece that he needs. So I don't know what it is that she knows that he needs to know, but child, don't get too comfortable. That's all I can tell you. Because the moment he gets what he wants, in the wind. Done, gone. Oh, Lord. Membership, I will see y'all tomorrow night, no later than 7:15. Everybody else, I will see you Friday night at 8 p.m. for Allegedly Fridays. And then we're going to end up on Twitch at midnight for the after show. And bless every last one of y'all that stay up with me on Twitch, because we be up just nonsense until whenever, never o'clock in the morning. I don't even know why I plan things on Saturday, because I stay up with y'all until, what, almost 4 in the morning. Either way, y'all, have a great evening. He said you be falling asleep on Twitch. Child, everybody but me be asleep on Twitch. I think people just wake back up and figure out where they can jump in the conversation. But here's the good thing. We're closer to 1,000. Once we make it to 1,000, then y'all don't have to worry about staying up with me. You can come back and watch whenever you like. So I love y'all back. Said we're only 72 away from 1,000. Yeah, so when we get those last 72, y'all can go back whenever you want. I can actually put more content over on Twitch because, I mean, really, everybody can't stay up late, and I get that. So you can watch wherever you are, anywhere around the world when we get to 1,000. So I might as well go to sleep now so I can save up on my rest for Friday, because Friday, I already know we're going to be cutting up. So good night, y'all, and thank you to whomever follows to help get us to 1,000. I appreciate all of your support. I appreciate y'all being with me every week, and ain't no telling what's gonna happen between now and Friday. Y'all favorites just can't act right. So y'all have a wonderful evening. Until next time, y'all.